Chapter 1684. The beginning of the Yuan realm was the foundation of the birth of all the monogatari symbols. It was a framework, a cradle for all life forms. Without this premise, there would be no way to talk about the things in this world. When exactly did it happen? Perhaps the life forms in this world rarely paid attention to these things. Whether it was ordinary life forms or high-level life forms, it was too far away. Even for the life forms that were immersed in exploration all year round, it was still too far away to reach. However, there were always some existences in this world who knew about the most mysterious event that turned 0 into 1. Was that something that happened 51 eras ago? The first year of the Yuan realm's history, the beginning of the Yuan realm's history, but was that really the case? That was nothing more than a record left behind by a predecessor. It was about the time when time took shape and could be recognized and recorded. The truth here was nothing more than a continuation of a story that was completely covered up and written before time. Wasn't that right? The endless clamor in his ears had faded away at some point in time. What replaced it was silence. The silence turned into an eternal silence. He could not hear the sound of the wind, nor could he hear the sounds of things moving. He quietly opened his eyes and saw a dim starry sky that flickered with purple light, as if it was covered by a purple nebula. Countless stars hung high in the depths of the galaxy, and there were also endless stars twinkling. Yun Nuashing subconsciously got up. His body was stained with some yellow soil, as if he was lying in a desert. Chaos and the origin. Yun Nuashing raised his head and let out a long sigh of relief. He stared at the endless starry sky, and his emotions were extremely complicated. That was another part of history that was far, far away. It was a story that belonged to another time and space that had been covered up by time and completely sealed away by them. It did not need to be known by the new life forms in this world. It was another part of the so-called truth that he had heard when he came into contact with the light of origin of chaos. He rubbed his forehead and threw these thoughts to the back of his head. He looked around and frowned slightly. He did not know where he was at the moment. Was he in the space that was created by light, or was he in another space that stored the light of origin? Anyway, let's just walk ahead for now. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing stepped forward slowly. He seemed to have landed in a desert. It was dark all around, and there was no moonlight. The only light source seemed to be the dark and misty purple nebula in the sky, which slightly illuminated the desert. There was the shadow of a sand dune 100 meters away. Other than that, the place was very barren, and there was nothing else. It was a star deep in the nebula. As for the predecessor of this nebula, judging from the scene in front of them, there might have been a huge sun here, but it had exploded many years ago. This space was, of course, constructed. He was referring to the huge starry sky, including the nebula he was in. He was not sure if it was left behind by that ray of light. Being in a foreign land, he was in a confused state where he did not know where he should go. Other than moving forward, there was nothing else he could do. What? You don't really think that I'm going to walk forward aimlessly, do you? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and stopped. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand and took out the Netherruin sword and hundreds of millions of magic circles. With a boom, he pointed it at the endless starry sky. A surge of energy roared. I'm in a hurry. If you don't give me a quick answer, I'll... Hey. Calm down. As soon as the energy went berserk, a voice quickly sounded. Yun Nuashing turned around and let the Netherruin sword swing in a circle. He did not see anything. After a while, a cloud of white mist appeared in the space in front of him and condensed into a figure. It was a white human figure with no face and only the outline. It was a slightly strong young man. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you so impulsive, kid? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes hard. Why did you make so many weird things? Can't there be more simple trust between people and less of these? He pointed at the space around them. Fancy things. The strong young man was stunned and scratched his head. What, you found out? Yun Nuashing kept a straight face and a serious face. Then he muttered in his heart, "What did I find out? Forget it! Forget it, you impatient little fellow." The young man sighed helplessly. This is the space used to store the first light. From what you know, it seems to be called the primal chaos light of origin. However, there is no need to change the name, so we did not bother. Oh, Yun Nuashing nodded with a straight face. Then where is the light? The young man took 2 steps forward. Yun Nuashing felt the former's gaze on him and said softly, "You are." Yun Nuashing was stunned. "In your body, now that you have assimilated with it, the primal chaos has fused with the first light as you wished and is going through the last stage of evolution. However, the current form does not seem to be stable. You have to stay in this space for a while. This space will suppress the activity of the light. Although it seems to have been dormant for countless years, there are still some changes within it that you cannot detect. Before the assimilation is over, don't do anything rash. If you leave this place rashly, the light will explode in your soul." Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, he was scared to death. He thought that the last sentence would be something like, "Well, actually, you are the light. You have just returned." It would have scared him to death. All right. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and put away the magic circle and the netherworld ruin sword. "Then I will just wait quietly for a while." The young man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that. Yun Nuashing stared at him and suddenly said, "Where is she?" "She is in a daze in that space." Yun Nuashing continued, "Why are you guys appearing and disappearing so mysteriously? What is going on in that space?" "About that, it is actually related to you." The young man crossed his arms and said with a slightly solemn voice, "The space we are in now is a broken world created by the sea of consciousness that you carry with you and many fragments related to us. We will manifest from time to time because you have come into contact with fragments related to us again. Whether it is energy or law fragments, they all have the same effect." Yun Nuashing was stunned. "The sea of consciousness is in me? Don't you know?" The young man was also stunned. "It is equivalent to the thoughts of billions of living beings. The sea of consciousness. You have not been assimilated by it, so I thought you would know." Yun Nuashing shook his head hard. He did not know about this thing at all. He knew about the sea of consciousness in his body during the 139th era, but he did not encounter anything strange at that time. Therefore, he must have encountered it in the past and did not know when exactly. He did not expect to encounter these strange things at this time. The sins of the world, the sea of consciousness, had appeared in his body at this moment. He really did not know how to describe it. Seeing that he was also in a daze, the young man scratched his head. What a strange fellow. However, its state is very stable now. It is one with you. Moreover, you are in a state of absolute suppression, so you don't have to worry about being dissolved by the sea of consciousness. "Oh," Yun Nuashing responded vaguely and looked up at the young man, where his eyes should be. "What is the chaos era?" The young man slowly put down his crossed arms. The atmosphere became solemn as he did little by little. "You know, it is in the first light. It is impossible not to know." Yun Nuashing sighed. "To be honest, I did not expect that the light would seal such a complicated and troublesome thing, although I have not fully understood it." The young man heard him and turned to look at the starry sky. He said in a deep voice, "Based on what you know, how much do you know now?" "Perhaps. I have only just learned a little. That is a story of another time." "Yes, you only need to listen to it as a story. It will not affect the current era, nor will it affect the void at this time. Therefore, this matter does not need to be known by anyone. It only needs to be completely buried by time." The young man replied, "Perhaps for the life of order at this moment, the beginning of everything is when the Yuan realm began to calculate the years. From what you know, it is 51 years ago." The young man turned around and stared into Yun Nuashing's eyes. The chaos era is the era that we experienced before that. It was an era that was deep in chaos for a long time. The Yuan realm was in absolute chaos. That was the initial state of chaos, the moment when the Yuan realm was truly created. Chaos occupied the entire space when the world was created. Order. No, at that time, there was no domain that could be called order. There was only a small place, curled up in a corner of the chaotic world, nurturing a part of life. We descended from that small place. What happened after that, you only need to understand it briefly. It is just like what you know. Chaos and order were in an endless war. However, for us at that time, chaos was the normal state of the world and order. We were the anomalies born in the void of the Yuan realm. In fact, there are two forms of the void, which is the current order and chaos. Chaos is the beginning and also the origin. Have you thought of something? Yun Nuashing was stunned. The origin of chaos? That is actually the initial state of order in the Yuan realm. However, it was a part that was cut off. Because it was a part that was separated from the group, it could show signs of evolving towards order. The young man nodded. The words that seemed to have a deeper meaning made Yun Nuashing frown. Separated from the group. Because the composition of chaos and order was too high, so the void was unable to give birth to order? The origin of chaos that was reduced in composition changed from the chaos and order in the beginning to the appearance of the origin of chaos that you know now. Its chaos and order weakened, and half of it became blank. The chaos and order that was automatically diluted started to evolve in the direction of order. The young man sighed. That is the beginning of the era that you know now. That's right, this is the beginning of everything. It allowed us to know that order can exist in the void. Then he shrugged helplessly and spread out his hands. You just need to know what happened after that. While we were reducing the composition of chaos, we allowed order to form a sufficient space. We slowly expanded it from the smallest, independent state of chaos to the size of a planet, the size of a star system, and the size of a star system. After that, it took an unknown number of years before we finally had a territory of our own world. The power of order began to evolve, and living beings other than us began to appear, order beings. After that, it was the war between order and chaos that you're familiar with. After that, it was a cycle of events. Order fought against chaos. Chaos dealt a heavy blow to order. Order retreated. Order fought back. Order fought back. Order retreated. Order continued to charge. The entire chaos era lasted for a total of 326 eras. Uffed. Yun Nuashing could not help but spit out a mouthful of water. She looked at him blankly. How long did you say? 326 epochs, exactly. The young man tilted his head and looked at her. He pondered for a moment. If you want to know the exact number of years after that, I really can't remember. It's too long ago. Yun Nuashing's cheeks trembled. That was a long time, really long time. The Yuan realm that they knew was only 133. 51 epochs. They did not expect there to be a total of 326 epochs before the Yuan realm's history. The current history was only a little more than a fraction of the history of the Chaos era. Even if they counted to 139 epochs, it was not even half of the history of the Yuan realm's entire Chaos era. I did not expect the history of the Yuan realm to be so long. He felt that his face was already cramping when he said that. By the way, the 326 epochs that you mentioned, did they start counting from the time you all appeared, or from the moment the Yuan realm truly began, which is also the moment we appeared, order and chaos had existed in the void at the same time from the very beginning? It's just that one is only a territory the size of a speck of dust, while the other sits on the endless void. Yun Nuashing, there's nothing much to say about the existence of the Chaos era. The young man shook his head. There's no need for everyone to know about it. If you hadn't exceeded all of our expectations and jumped into that light, we wouldn't have planned to tell you about it. Why? Yun Nuashing's face stiffened as soon as he said that subconsciously, if everyone knew that the Yuan realm's creation was actually the form of order, which was the supreme form of chaos. I know. I'm stupid. Yun Nuashing covered his face and smiled bitterly. If this truth were to spread, it would attract a bunch of lunatics who would commit suicide and join the chaos era. Speaking of this, he remembered something. He lowered his head and pinched his hair as he murmured, "So, those chaos concept bodies always say that chaos is supreme. Actually, it's because," the young man scratched his head, "we've taken over their territory. Of course, they'll have resentment and want to take it back." Yun Nuashing slapped his own face. "All right, this is the truth of the Yuan realm's creation. This is the real truth. However, things have already developed to this extent. The void has basically become what it is now. Order and chaos coexist. It's very difficult for them to return the void to chaos. So this is also the truth of the chaos void surrounding the order void. Well, it's more or less the same. Although both voids tend to be infinite, that's the case when the rules of order are limited and modified. Although the chaos void seems to be surrounding the order void." The young man nodded. Seeing Yun Nuashing's constantly pondering appearance, he suddenly said, "You seem to have a lot of questions." Yun Nuashing nodded. He pulled his hair as he pondered. His eyes flickered as he glanced at the young man. The pseudo-birth of the world that we know about 51 eras ago was actually a void reboot. Yes, because the big picture had been decided to solidify the existing order into a rule, concept of the void. A large-scale reboot was needed. Yun Nuashing continued to ponder. "Big picture. Don't tell me you're referring to the fact that order was almost finished at that time?" "Yes, the chaos concept body took the lead. In a situation where an encounter turned into a decisive battle. Seeing that things were on the verge of going out of control, he had no choice but to plan ahead. What happened during the chaos era, other than you and the chaos concept body, no other life at that time survived. Therefore, you felt that there was no need for any life of the new era to know about that vast period of time, so you erased it? More or less. After the void reboot, it was mostly burned. It was just a little bit of work to make it cleaner. There's another reason. After the void reboot, the grand primordial realm had completely changed. It was completely different from the chaos era before. That is the new grand primordial realm, a grand primordial realm that we have to re-recognize. So, the new era, which is the 51st era that we have recorded until now, the void of order that it is sitting on was originally the territory of order, that was solidified in the void concept with you all as the core, and all the life of order maintaining it. However, with your fall 11 eras ago, a huge problem had arisen in this territory of order. The young man scratched his head. A problem with the world of order. Sigh, it's within our imagination, but this time we have no other choice. Yun Nuashing wanted to stomp her feet when she heard that. Those bastards are ready to fight back. I've already seen 2 or 3 chaos concept bodies. There's no need to worry. The young man suddenly laughed. What you see is not the real body. They won't be able to recover so easily. The world of order still has a long time. It's enough time for you all and everyone to be prepared. Yun Nuashing's face turned purple when she heard that. The underworld was having internal strife. Those bastards were almost on the side of the chaos concept body. Moreover, the void principle was getting weaker and weaker in the future. How would they have the time to prepare? However, she really could not say for sure. She really could not say it, and even if she said it, it would not be of any use. She did not know what kind of expression she should show at this moment. Many of her guesses and ideas in the past had been overturned, and they were overturned ridiculously. After all, what she thought was not the truth. The truth that was revealed was like a stick that knocked her down. They really had an inseparable relationship with the void of order. There's always hope. The young man smiled and patted her on the shoulder. As long as the world of order still exists, there's always hope. Yun Nuashing put down her distressed hands that were pulling her hair. She looked up at him and took a deep breath. Then, I'll ask one last question. Go ahead. You guys blew up the Deyuan realm into 8 pieces, right? Yes, deliberately arranged. If not, the concept of chaos would not be enough to form the order. The young man nodded. This is a crucial step. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. All right. I have no more questions. I'm just a little disillusioned. Can I go now? It's time to save the world. He shrugged. You can go now. Just 6 minutes ago, I saw that your form had stabilized. But you have to go out to see the changes in yourself. Only your soul and consciousness are in this space. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh, waved his hand, and said goodbye. Then we'll meet again. I'm leaving. See you later. Waving his hand to send off Yun Nuashing, the young man continued to stare at the starry sky with his arms crossed. His eyes flickered. After the fusion of the primal chaos and that light, it's really quite exciting. The young man muttered to the desert. But his form is obviously unstable. If you want to help, you can just come out yourself. Why did you have to make me come out and show my face to divert his attention? The light gathered and condensed into a figure beside him. She also appeared in the starry sky. Looking at the place where Yun Nuashing disappeared, she said faintly, I don't know what to say. He seems to be the same, so it's inconvenient. That's why I asked you to do it. The young man was stunned. He sighed and scratched his head. But is he something at the beginning of the Deyuan realm? You really can't tell? She shook her head. Theoretically speaking, at the beginning of the Deyuan realm, there was only us and them. There was no third party. They only appeared after that, slightly later than us. That's strange. The young man scratched his head. This child doesn't look like a normal person. It's his characteristics. There's no need to be surprised. She turned around and was about to disappear. The young man saw this and quickly called out to her. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. What should we do with this space? That light is gone. Should we keep it or... It doesn't matter. It's gone. We can just keep it. There shouldn't be any possibility of it being opened again. You can also leave something here. It might affect the future. There's nothing to leave. Forget it. I'll just leave it here. I'm too lazy to destroy it. Chapter 1685. Floating up and down with the flow of the water, his consciousness was returning from the bottomless abyss. When he dived down, he was filled with determination and determination. When he came back, his emotions were as messy as the ocean in a storm. The pitiful leaf floating on the surface of the sea was whipped back and forth by the waves countless times, but there was no way for it to escape. As he quietly opened his eyes, the sound of the waves and bubbles reverberating in his mind all faded away, and the world returned to tranquility. Birds flew across the sky, and a few birds that looked like sparrows flew around him. They even used his long hair to weave half a vague bird's nest. He didn't know how long he had been lying here as a scarecrow before he could become a bird's nest. He waved his hand to chase away all the birds that were playing around on his head. They only flapped their wings and circled around him before landing on his shoulder to look around. However, when he stood up, they dispersed in a hubbub. The observer space that was left behind when he entered had disappeared, and the teleportation gate that was cast by the origin rune had also returned to the conceptual layer of the rules. That space, it was probably useless there. It was just a space that stored a deadly thing. As that thing disappeared, it would probably cease to exist as well. The aura of the primal chaos has disappeared. Yun Nuashing muttered to himself. It had evolved from a cornerstone to the end. It had completely shed its previous form and fused with the soul, becoming a part of the body. It was difficult to find any trace of independence. As for the primal chaos origin light, that thing had passed through his body once and then fused with the primal chaos to become. He didn't know what it had become, but it had melted into his soul. As for his current state, it was hard to say. He felt that everything was strange. His appearance didn't change much. He didn't become strange. His life form was still an energy life form. As for what kind of energy, the energy here was, this part of him had become strange. If he wanted to pursue it, he could probably pluck it out from the void and form his own category. That's not right. He's a master of his own. It's better not to look into these details. His long, colorful hair was still glowing faintly. There was no change to his appearance, height, and arm length. These things should not have changed anyway. After a hard check, he finally found something different. His eyes were now golden, and there were no other changes. There were no strange things growing on his body, and there were no markings on his face. After all, they were part of his body, and there would not be any strange extra products. Unlike the origin energy and the origin law, those things had innumerable tattoos on his body that had yet to be cleaned up. As for the more specific changes, he would only know after a fight. Phone! The sound from afar made Yun Nuashing slowly open her eyes. A substantial light flashed in her eyes. Yun Nuashing turned her head, but she didn't see anyone. Her voice suddenly turned into a cry of horror. What the F***CK? I didn't do anything this time. Don't be so agitated. Let's talk nicely. Yun Nuashing was stunned. When she found Feng Luo, she saw a guardian descending from the sky with a golden light. Feng Luo was holding a guardian shield that was the size of a city gate and facing her as if he was facing a great enemy. Feng Luo hid behind and shouted blindly, "Let's talk nicely. Don't hit my face." Yun Nuashing. ? Hui Jun, calm down. Jing Yin smiled bitterly and then landed. She leaned in front of Yun Nuashing and looked at him. She frowned suspiciously. Are you Feng Luo? Yun Nuashing tilted her head. What's strange about him? Hui Jun didn't feel anything and heaved a sigh of relief. He put away the big shield and walked over. He stared at Feng Luo from head to toe and reached out to poke his arm. Everything is strange. If it wasn't for the fact that your soul is still the same and your appearance is still the same, I would have thought that you were a different person. Also, your body is full of energy. I thought that you were going to hit me. I didn't provoke you. The structure and rules have all changed. Jingyin pressed on Yun Nuashing's body a few times and nodded. Body shape, laws, and order have all been changed, including all the energy imprints. If it was someone unfamiliar, they wouldn't be able to recognize it. As for the aura, it's always in a state of resonance with laws and order. No wonder Hui Jun said that you were angry and wanted to beat him up. Just one look at this posture, and I feel that something is wrong. It's a bit like your order, rules, and energy form, and it's definitely not much different from that time. Hui Jun grinned hard. He hadn't brought the origin energy yet. He didn't know what would happen if he brought the origin energy along with it. Forget it. He couldn't imagine what would happen, but it could still hang him in the void and beat him up. Is it? Yun Nuashing continued to tilt her head and blink. I don't feel anything, although I feel that my body is a little strange. But maybe my body itself has become strange, so I can't determine what's wrong with me. I'll self-examine when the time comes. Let's not talk about this. Are you guys done? I feel that you guys have brought something strange over. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and looked to the side. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang saw that she was looking at them and quickly came forward. Feng Qinghuang carefully placed the thing in her arms in front of her. It was tired from playing and fell asleep halfway. Yun Nuashing stared at the blue light and couldn't help but be startled. A young consciousness, the consciousness of the realm of the gods. Hui Jun, who was about to speak with a smug face, was stunned. No, can't you pretend that you don't know and let me explain? Yun Nuashing scratched her head awkwardly. Based on the vision of the observer, I can basically tell at a glance, and he had already seen it once. It seems that this little brother's knowledge is complementary to Hui Jun's. What he knows, you don't know. What you don't know, he might know. But this kind of half-and-half split, what's going on? TSK, it feels weird. Tisk, let's not talk about this. Hui Jun grinned and pointed at the ball in Feng's hand. The owner is tired from playing and is sleeping. Even if we want to know, we won't be able to find out. By the way, Feng, let me tell you something that you definitely don't know. Yun Nuashing put the ball in Feng Qinghuang's hand and threw a glance at him. Go ahead. The matter related to the heart of the world and the two priesthoods was not complicated, but it made Yun Nuashing stare blankly for a while. Seeing his stunned expression, we finally got what he wanted and laughed sinisterly. See, I know you definitely don't know about this. You can't know everything, right? Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. How can I really know everything? Do you think I'm like the god of origin and the others? When I say I know everything, I'm just bragging. Don't take it seriously. The two divine positions are based on the heart of the world of the gods. I'm just at the stage of drafting a guess. I haven't looked into it for a long time because I felt that I couldn't deduce anything further. I didn't expect it to be true. Yun Nuashing whispered as he twirled a strand of hair. When he was done, he looked up at them and said, Speaking of which, I also know something else. Hui Jun and the others subconsciously turned their heads. Feng Qinghuang and see you are already used to this kind of storytelling tone. They quickly put on a respectful expression and said, Yes, yes. Go ahead. We're ready. Have you heard of the Chaos Era? Everyone was stunned. This time, even Jingyan was no exception. But this little bit of content, well, it might be shocking, but it's too far away after all. It won't affect you much. Just treat it as a story. The main thing is that I'm overwhelmed with emotions right now. I can't calm down if I don't find someone to talk to. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he smiled bitterly. His brain was about to explode from holding back such a secret. He immediately picked the main points and told Yun Nuashing about the history of the realm of the gods that the origin, heavenly god had told him. But after all, he had only heard it from someone else and then repeated it. He definitely didn't know what happened in the middle very well, and there was no way for him to make any changes. Therefore, he could only repeat it exactly as he heard it. Even if he wanted to save time by talking through the soul transmission, it still took him a few minutes to finish talking about the things that made his scalp tingle. He hurriedly wiped his sweat and said, That's what the heavenly origin god told me. Hui Jun immediately put on a completely shocked expression. What the hell? There's such a thing? The history of the god realm needs to be updated. If we add 326 eras before, doesn't that make it 377 eras now? Jing Yan's eyes widened, but she recovered after a few seconds. After all, she was a person who had seen the god of origin in that era. Her nerves were so thick that she was used to being shocked by something to the point of numbness. Like many others, she was also shocked by the things related to the god of origin, so she was the first to adapt. But the impact was indeed huge. There's no need to update the history of this history. Jing Yin shook her head and said, while stroking her chin, Since the god of origin said that it's a history that should be forgotten and not recorded, then there's no need to record it. The records that happened before should only exist with the god of origin and the others. Oh, it's still with my little brother. And us. Only we know about it. There's no need to tell anyone about it. Hui Jun recovered from his shock and said, That's true. These things. No, we haven't even sorted out the mess that belongs to our era. How would we have the time to care about the history of the past, the chaos era, and whatnot? Anyway, we don't have access to those things. In short, the story is a good story, but it's not a story that belongs to us. That's the story of the god of origin and the others. It's another epic war that happened in the midst of a storm. It has little to do with us, and there's no way for us to learn anything from it. Siyu held her head and shook her head. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. My view of the world has been updated too much today. I can't quite get over it. Feng Qinghuang and Xing LV nodded in agreement. Agreed. Today was a disaster. When the three of them gathered together to refresh the information, it was like they were talking nonsense. No matter what, they couldn't understand. Although it hadn't been long, the two groups of people had gone to two different places and came into contact with things that they wouldn't have come into contact with on a normal day. After exchanging information, they each side sorted out their thoughts, and then it's time to return to the right path. We coughed dryly and looked at Jingyin. Jingyin said that she wants to use the consciousness of the realm of gods to adjust the state of the world core. The tide of chaos might have affected the world core of gods. If we can adjust it and strengthen the strength of the laws, the time for the next Yuanshi to be born should be much shorter. Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms. You want to go to the space of consciousness. Huiging opened his mouth and was stunned. What? Where is that? The space of consciousness, the place where the world core of gods is placed. It's hidden deep in the conceptual layer of the laws. It's a special space that can only be accessed through the observer dimension. Well, although the name sounds like it's a place where the consciousness should be, it's not. Yun Nuoxing looked up at the sky. I've been there a few times. It's a routine check. The realm of gods has been through so many large-scale battles that it's necessary to check it out. However, the world core hasn't responded. I don't know if something has happened to it or not, and I don't know how it will be affected by the tide of chaos. Then let's go. We'll take a look and check it out. Yun Nuoxing stomped her foot. A circle of darkness suddenly spread out from the ground and enveloped all of them. They disappeared in an instant. The dark observer dimension. They were just passing by. See, you couldn't help but say when she saw the dark place. It's just like when we passed through Lord Huey's dimension. I don't remember it being like this when we came to the observer dimension. You were going to my dimension that time. This time we're just passing by. The darkness outside is the conceptual layer of the laws. It's normal for it to be dark. I still remember that. See, you smiled and went over to hold Yun Nuoxing's arm. It's only the first day, and you're bringing me to the conceptual layer of the laws. I'm so scared that I'm not in good spirits the whole day. Not in good spirits? Yun Nuoxing silently looked at this girl who was almost as energetic as Hui. He rolled his eyes at the sky. He had never seen this girl in a bad mood before. The laws of the god world, the degree of weakening. There are traces of the influence of the chaos tide. It has been confirmed that the conceptual layer of the laws is affected by the chaos tide. Now, all that's left is to confirm the heart of the world. Jingyin stared at the space outside. Silver light flashed in her eyes as she spied on the conceptual layer of the laws of the god world. Hui Jun, your passage can't be seen so clearly. Hui, do you have to say it out loud? Jingyin grimaced. The difference between your two functions is too big. Hui was angry. This thing wasn't something he could choose. It was something the heart of the world casually put on him. However, thinking about it carefully, if he took on Maple's observer role, TSK, forget it. If he needed to use his brain, he'd leave it to Maple. He couldn't play with it. This was his nature. It had nothing to do with the two godhoods. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He looked around in confusion. He stared at Huey's bright face and frowned. Why do I feel like... The space of consciousness was hidden in the depths of the conceptual layer of the laws of the god world. Compared to the human body, it was actually the heart of the god world. Well, it was also possible to call it the soul. This place was sealed by the power of countless laws and order. Even if an enemy broke into the conceptual layer of the laws and took down the god world, there was no way they could enter the space of consciousness. Even in the god world, there were only two people who could enter. That's right, we could also enter. But that guy didn't use his brain every day. If the two godhoods originate from the heart of the world, many things can be explained clearly. For example, the two of us can move around in many places in the conceptual layer of the laws that normal people can't touch. For example, the observer space and the guardian space that existed long ago, and the way to enter the space of consciousness. I should have thought of it. God knows why I didn't insist on deducing it and just ignored it. Yun Nuoxing paused and looked around. With a wave of her hand, She inscribed an energy rune in the space before her. After a few flashes of energy, the rune split into 12 parts and floated in 12 corners. Then, countless energy lines suddenly weaved between the 12 parts, weaving them into another huge rune. After the rune was formed, the conceptual layer of the laws shook a few times. A few energy ripples spread and finally turned into a stable door. The door in the conceptual layer of the laws was made of bronze. It was cold as if it had been frozen in the southern ice realm for millions of years and was still emanating cold air. With a heavy sound, the door was pushed open. A dark and deep corridor appeared inside. The material of the corridor seemed to be made of bronze. Cold air filled the air, and the darkness was so deep that it made people uncomfortable. Is the space of consciousness so dark? Hui stared at the darkness before him and glared at Yun Nuashing. You didn't open the wrong door, did you? No, I didn't. Yun Nuashing sighed. The appearance of the space of consciousness is not fixed. Whether it's the door or the corridor, it may be made of bronze now. Next time, it may be made of wood or other metals. It may even be made of ice or solidified water. But no matter what it is made of, this corridor is dark. The consciousness that has entered a deep slumber is probably what it means on the surface. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. I have been hesitating here for an hour. It's too dark. Hui was speechless. He forgot that Maple was actually a little afraid of the dark. He did not know how he had mustered up the courage to walk in. Could it be that he had activated his explosive aura and charged in? This presence. Well, friends, I've got the information I want. Jing Yun Nuashing took 2 deep breaths at the corridor between the space of consciousness and spread her hands exaggeratedly. She smiled bitterly. I'm now completely sure that the remnants of the tide of chaos are reverberating in the space of consciousness, and the presence is not weak. From the looks of it, even the heart of the world would not be able to avoid it. Sigh, I knew it. The void is always making me worry. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook her head. She waved her hand and held up a colorful energy barrier around her. Stay close. The energy between the space of consciousness is very sensitive. Usually no one is allowed to set foot in it. Don't leave the range of the barrier. Feng Qinghuang heard her and also moved to Yun Nuashing's side. She and Si squeezed to the left and right of Yun Nuashing. Huey's eyes were glowing. He could not help but say, I've already said that. Ignoring the mutterings of a certain guardian, he propped up an identification barrier with a large amount of energy and led the others through the door in front of him into another domain. The door closed with a click, and the moment the bronze door closed, everyone immediately felt an unusual presence. The presence of the order of chaos. Huey's expression suddenly became serious. Maple, are you sure the space of consciousness is like this? Of course. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. That's impossible. When was the last time I was here? Millions of years? No, we have been fighting in the void for hundreds of millions of years. If we count those hundreds of millions of years, and if we count the time when I was sleepy and forgot to come here, I haven't been here for about 2 billion years. Everyone was speechless. She was so sleepy that she forgot to check on the heart of the world. She did not even know the presence of the order of chaos was here. These 2 priesthoods were more reliable than the other, because nothing has happened all this time. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. She could only laugh dryly now. I have checked for several eras. Every time I came here to patrol, I would put a everything is normal stamp on it. I would sign in, check in, and do nothing else. So why did something happen in the last 2 billion years? Jingyin said with a fake smile, the realm of gods is really lucky to be alive. It's fine. It's tougher than us. Hui waved his hand nonchalantly as he raised his own barrier and strode forward. Even when the sky collapsed and flattened the void, the divine realm is still intact. I don't believe that this weak presence of chaos without any follow-up support can do anything. It can't even be considered as a form of energy. Now die. Hui roared, and a sacred energy storm suddenly erupted from his body, turning into a powerful golden light that dispelled the darkness. The presence that made everyone feel as if the world had been turned upside down instantly dissipated. Yun Nuashing was not too worried. After all, it was 139 eras. Asterisk cough cough asterisk, however. She still had to deal with it now. I'm not worried about the realm of gods. I just want to know where this presence of chaos came from. He then looked at Jingyin. Will the places affected by the tide of chaos leave some kind of energy mark that will turn into energy in the future? Jingyin followed closely behind the barrier. She scratched her chin and said, well, it's hard to say. At least from what we've seen so far, it's not. But I don't know if there will be a change when they affect a certain part of the void. Chaos energy, after all, is the most prone to other strange phenomena when it collides with order. Yun Nuashing frowned and turned to look ahead. The deep and dark bronze corridor was spacious and impossible to explore. Huey's sacred storm could not dispel the darkness here. He kept staring at the depths. Although he had walked through this corridor countless times, this time he felt a sense of unfamiliarity that could not be erased. The presence of chaos that permeated this place gave him a bad feeling. Hui, who was clearing the way with Le Zhongyu, suddenly stopped and turned to Maple and the others with a smile. Maple, I think there might be. Everyone turned pale with fright. Shut up. Yun Nuashing was one step ahead of the others. She slapped Hui on the ground. You piece of shit, open the way and shut up. Are you trying to set off fireworks in the realm of the gods? Hui laughed dryly and shrunk his neck. I actually wanted to say that it might not be that bad inside, Yun Nuashing. Well, I didn't hold him down. Fortunately, he didn't say anything too serious this time. Maybe there's something wrong with the heart of the world. It's just that the presence of chaos has spread here. It's not a big problem. Hui laughed. Jingyin slapped her forehead and looked like she had nothing left to live for. It's over. Bro, get ready to save us. Xing LV also sighed with a pale face. As everyone knew, the two divine roles in the realm of the gods were the number one ass in the void and the number one prophet in the void. When the two of them walked together, the effect would be infinite. One fanned the flames, while the other fanned the flames. Even if nothing happened, something would happen. Now that he said it out loud, then this Xing LV thought for a moment and put his hands together. I hope the realm of the gods is fine. Chapter 1686. The bronze corridor was filled with a thin layer of cold air. The coldness and darkness made the atmosphere a little oppressive. The corridor had its own light that came from nowhere. Not only did it not dispel the oppressive atmosphere, it made Siyu feel extremely uncomfortable, as if even the pure light was tainted with some kind of evil thoughts of the chaos. That unusual strange feeling made her subconsciously hold Little Star's hand tightly. In a trance, she recalled the time when she saw him and was brought to the concept layer of the rules. It seemed to be the same feeling. Strange, helpless. The shadow that wrapped around her eyes and heart made her inexplicably feel like she was falling from the sky. She had to hold the hand of the person beside her to dispel the uneasiness in her heart. Don't worry, we are here. The soft voice in her ear made her look up. She met a pair of pale golden eyes with substantial light. The calmness in the eyes made her feel less nervous and uneasy. She nodded gently, reaching out and patting Siyu's head. Yun Nuashing looked straight ahead. Hui was still leading the way, but this time he was not as arrogant as when he first entered the door. He was releasing the holy energy storm without any scruples. He was carefully and steadily releasing the holy energy like ripples quietly across the space, dispelling the breath of the chaos that was tainted with the breath of the chaos tide. The breath of the chaos is getting stronger. It seems that we are really close to the core. I was worried that we might take a wrong turn, Jingyin whispered. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. The corridor that led to the concept layer had changed. The corridor now was not the way he knew it. It was long, curved, and there were unusual distortions in his sight. The corridor that was supposed to be a straight path to kill had turned into a corner without forking. Occasionally, energy runes tainted with the breath of the chaos would appear on the corridor that was 100 feet high and 100 feet wide. Those were the ordinary energy runes that belonged to the concept layer of the rules of the divine realm that were tainted by the breath of the chaos. There was no end to it. He could only tell that they were indeed moving forward based on his past experience, the changes in the rules, and some marks. He reached out and touched the bronze wall. There was a physical touch. The energy was still there, and the breath of the order was still there. It seemed that even if the heart of the world was tainted by the breath of the chaos, it would not be for too long. According to his thinking, if the heart of the world completely turned into chaos, the first abnormal change would be the concept layer, and there was still the power of the order here. Maybe the situation is not that bad. Torch over there, please shut up. Don't talk nonsense in such a serious situation. He was about to speak, but his mouth was blocked. He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. 2 hours. Jing Yin suddenly said, "We have been walking for 2 hours. Brother, how long did you walk in the corridor when you came here alone?" "A few minutes." Yun Nuoxing shrugged. "The concept layer has changed substantially, but the power of the order is still there. That's why I said the situation is not that bad. Now, we have to touch the marks left behind by the rules and the order to move forward. Don't be fooled by the fact that there is only one path. This space has changed. You are in my domain, so you can only see one path, but in fact," Jingyan pinched her chin, "if you block your own order and leave the domain, you can see the abnormal situation. For example, there are more forks, more strange things, just like walking in a maze." Yun Nuoxing nodded. "The worst-case scenario is that you might get lost in the concept layer of the rules." Thinking about the result. Well, Siu did not know what would happen, but it was definitely not a good thing. It was better not to think about it, but she looked up at the seemingly endless corridor. She could feel that there was an unidentified object in the depths of the corridor that was emitting some kind of energy. The aftermath of the energy was surging around them, and she could not tell if she was approaching the unidentified object, or if she was just walking on the same spot. But there was no concept of infinity and the rules here. After moving forward for an hour, Hui suddenly paused, turned around, and waved at them. "Phone, look in front." Right in front of the straight corridor, a large door suddenly appeared. It was also made of bronze, but half of the 2 doors had already lost their bronze color, turning into a strange black that was stained by ink. A familiar aura of oppression, chaos, and distortion came from the door, startling them. The door between the consciousnesses is in front. The heart of the world is inside. Yun Nuoxing pulled the 2 girls and ran to the bronze door that was stained with the aura of chaos. He put the 2 girls into Hui's domain and walked to the door. He stretched out his hand and touched the bronze door. His eyes changed a few times. The energy runes have changed their order. Although the power of the rules is still familiar, if we rashly use the previous method to open the door, it may cause the aura of chaos here to riot. Maybe it will alarm the heart of the world behind the door. We have to find another way. He took 2 steps back and took a deep breath. The colorful energy domain suddenly disappeared. A moment later, it was replaced by a transparent black energy domain that was stained with gray spots. His long, colorful hair that reached his calves also seemed to be stained with the sins of the world. It turned black and gray, and the golden light in his eyes turned gray. The dark flames on his body rose, and he emitted a gray light with an unusually strong aura of chaos. Hui shuddered and quickly retreated with his people. He was so scared that he put on his armor and took out the guardian's shield and guardian's sword. He shouted at the front, "Who is it?" Jingyan was also stunned because she felt that the person in front of her had changed completely. After being yelled at by Hui, she also subconsciously entered battle mode. Xing Lu's hand shook and more than 100 types of god flames appeared. The few of them were as if they were facing a great enemy. Yun Nuoxing was also shocked by the voice that suddenly came from behind. He turned around with a dumbfounded expression and looked around in panic. In the end, he did not see anyone. When he saw that they were fully armed and were facing him, he was stunned again. "Are you crazy?" Ah. Hui finally reacted. He looked at the person in front of him, who looked like Maple. His tone was Maple. His voice was Maple. His soul also seemed to be Maple. He carefully called out, "Maple? Don't make trouble. This is the second time. You scared me to death." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He turned around and pressed his hands on the bronze door. The energy that was accompanied by the aura of chaos surged. "Wait a minute. 2 minutes to fix the door. TSK." He even used the law to lock it. Hui and Jingyun looked at each other and were stunned. They opened their mouths and made a few strange sounds. In the end, Hui stepped forward and came behind Yun Nuoxing. He could feel the unusually strong aura of chaos from him. It was as if the demonic shadow had descended in front of him. "Maple, don't you feel that something is wrong with you?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. "What? I mean your energy, your aura. Don't you feel that something is wrong?" Hui said, gritting his teeth. Yun Nuoxing sensed that Hui was not joking. He stopped opening the door. He turned around and saw that Hui was still staring at him nervously and vigilantly. He was stunned too. He had to check himself again. After that, he was stunned. This is probably due to the influence of the first light. I'm using the energy of annihilation now. It has turned me into the form of chaos and order. Probably, but I don't feel any repulsion. It shouldn't be a big problem. Whatever. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and let it go. He turned around and continued to press on the bronze door. The aura of chaos and the energy of annihilation surged and opened the energy runes that were branded on the door. Seeing that he really didn't care, we could only laugh bitterly. He glanced at Yun Nuoxing with a surprised and doubtful gaze. When he realized that there didn't seem to be any accidents, he retreated with slight relief. He waved his hand at Jingyun and Siyu, who came over. "It seems like there's no problem." Foam said that it was the effect of that light. Jingyun nodded and scratched her head. "That light is a double order. When the young man chose to use the energy of annihilation, it also changed his order." Hui nodded and turned around to look at Maple standing in front of the door. The energy of annihilation was surging like a demonic shadow. The aura of chaos had allowed that energy to fully unleash its power. He did not know if this was a good or bad thing. Anyway, let's take a look first. Jingyun patted Huey's shoulder to let him relax a little. She then turned to look at the young man. "We can only observe for a while. The young man's condition is only known to him." "Well, to be honest, I used to think that the annihilation energy in the young man's body was a hidden danger. After all, he is still a being of order. Even if he could adapt to the order of chaos indiscriminately, it would still be the same. Oh, and there's also the element of annihilation. That divine power is also the power of order of chaos. Now that he has the aura of chaos and has truly switched to the order of chaos, using that power should not be a problem." Huey's eyes flashed when he heard that. If that's the case, those people in the underworld, other than the fledglings, they are also using the power of order. I thought they were really determined to join the order of chaos. They are just using the power of order of chaos. The runes on the door that had been changed to the energy of chaos were slowly changing form under the touch of a higher level of chaos. The door lock was opened little by little. After Yun Nuoxing held his breath and worked hard for a while, all the energy runes were successfully opened. Oh, right. Fortunately, not half of the energy runes still had the aura of order. Then he would have to work harder. Rumble! When the heavy bronze door was opened, it made a loud noise. The loud noise was so loud that it made people's ears itch. The loud noise splashed countless echoes in the huge, empty space. The sound was accompanied by the vibration of the air. The most obvious feeling was the innate hostility of the chaotic energy towards the order, as well as the abnormal movement of distortion and chaos. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang couldn't help but narrow their eyes and shrink their bodies. Hui Du and Jing Yin were on guard. After the door was opened, no living thing rushed out. However, the energy that had been sealed for at least 2 billion years rushed out along with the air and whistled behind them, blowing away the icy mist in the bronze corridor. At the same time, a wave of chaotic energy that was so dense that Hui Du's expression changed drastically swept out from behind the door like a storm. It was as if there were endless wails of living things accompanied by the screams of souls. It reminded the two girls of the noisy sea. This time, the screams that reverberated in their ears were even more serious than the ones in the noisy sea. However, when they looked up, there was only a large mass of surging gray air and dark energy in front of them. Those screams did not seem to be the characteristics of the chaos energy. It was released by the heart of the world. Originally, these things were like the sins of the world and would only settle in the conceptual layer of the rules. However, it seems that after the heart of the world was affected by the chaos energy, some things that should have dissipated by themselves were left behind. Yun Nuashing returned to the two girls and explained to the four of them. The aura of chaos that overflowed from her body had completely disappeared. When she returned to the state of order, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The heart of the world can produce these strange things. Hui held up the barrier of order to resist the screams that were accompanied by the chaos energy. He could not help but ask. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "It was born from the natural activities of the world." To put it more clearly, it is the trash products that are brought about by the destruction of energy, order, and rules between living things. As for the other side of the product, it settles in the conceptual layer of the rules. Feng Qinghuang's heart skipped a beat. The sins of the world, the sins of order, and the shadows of order that have yet to be fused together, but they are roughly the same. Yun Nuashing nodded lightly. Those are very minute. They are so minute that the realm of the gods would have to clean themselves up, so they are usually ignored. Compared to the other side of the world products, the trash products are more obvious. However, that is only relative. The production of both of them is extremely small. It is only because the heart of the world has a slight problem that all the trash from the past 2 billion years have been piled up here. Yun Nuashing folded her arms and sighed softly. Everything that is consumed in the prime realm is the good that the people of the world understand. The remaining shadows that have been consumed and have lost their physical form lurk in the darkness, turning into the shadows of you and me. They embrace the rules and sleep here forever. In terms of the rules, everything that is born in the prime realm is positive. No matter what is consumed on the other side of the world, the remnants in the conceptual layer of the rules are extremely negative. However, the amount is very, very small. Otherwise, this place would have been filled with trash long ago. Furthermore, the conceptual layer is connected to the void. When you zoom in on the perspective of the void, whether it is the birth or destruction of a world or the activities of living things in a world, such activities are allowed by the void, just like the metabolism of life. After Yin Nuashing finished speaking, she turned around and saw the two girls staring at her in a daze. She could not help but smile bitterly. "I'm used to it. Ahem. It's nothing. I just wanted to give you a little understanding. Connecting the void, the world, the heart of the world, the conceptual layer of the rules, and the void in that order is the metabolism of the void itself. You can roughly think of it like that. So the existence of the world sins is because the metabolism is not fast enough?" Siyu suddenly said. Yun Nuashing. "Well, you're right. Because the void had a problem after the fall of the heavenly god of origin. Such a fatal situation has occurred. So, the heavenly god of origin is the defense mechanism, and the void." Mei Mao flashed and suddenly clapped her hands. The The void has eaten something bad. Yun Nuashing, Hui, and Jing Yin. What is this girl thinking? It took 10 minutes for the storm, mixed with the darkness, to finish. The storm stopped and turned into a gentle breeze. Along with the chaotic energy, the aura that made all beings of order feel extremely uncomfortable and instinctively hostile, blew towards them. Wind, chaotic energy, a fury that can crush everything in the world, a kind of unreasonable and endless hostility towards the world of order. Hui raised his head and looked at the space behind the door. He turned to Maple and said, "This chaotic energy has already materialized, right? After all, you said that the heart of the world has been completely tainted." Yun Nuashing glanced at him and let out a sigh of relief. The chaotic energy will become even more violent after destroying objects of order and energy of order. I don't know how long it has been entrenched here. Let's go. Be careful. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and held up the barrier made by the energy of origin and order. When he subconsciously activated a large amount of order energy, rays of light quietly burst out from his body. It was like the light of a star that broke through the darkness, dispelling the chaotic energy in front of him and isolating him from the influence of the chaotic aura. The dim vision suddenly became clear in an instant. Hui and Jingyin were also stunned. Is this another form of order? His body seemed to have become a body made of light. The colorful and pure white light that was stained with little golden light shone out from his body. With his body as the energy source, he spread the energy of origin and order to any place that his aura could affect. The vast and mighty divine power instantly weakened the chaotic aura in the consciousness to the extent that it almost completely disappeared. While the others were stunned, Yun Nuashing did not realize it. He pulled the two girls and walked into the door. He felt that the chaotic aura had suddenly dropped by a few levels. The chaotic energy has subsided? Hui looked at Jing Yun blankly, and the latter smiled bitterly. This is the state of absolute resonance with order and the rules. The little brother is now the embodiment of order. Order and the rules of order move according to his will. It's an instinct. Even if he subconsciously used the power of origin and the power of order, he had unwittingly strengthened himself to such a degree. The chaos form just now was the same. But what we saw just now should be the normal state of release. I don't know how. I'm used to it. I think I don't want to see Maple like that for the time being. Every time he releases it, he will probably break a piece of the void. Of course, if he wants to break the underworld, I will raise both hands and feet to support him. Hui sighed and shrugged. He followed closely behind Yun Nuashing. In the last space between their consciousnesses, after passing through the corridor and the door, they came to a rhombus-shaped hall. The space was 1,000 square meters, spacious and empty. Perhaps because of its size, no one felt that there was anything unusual about the rhombus-shaped hall. The walls around the hall were engraved with gorgeous decorations. No one could understand them. There were also three-dimensional reliefs with energy runes. No one could understand them. There were also many energy runes on the ceiling that seemed like magic circles. No one could understand them. There were also various energy runes floating in the air. No one could understand them. If you did not mention the chaotic energy that was wrapped around these things, they looked quite normal. They had a kind of indescribable beauty. On the left and right sides of the hall, there were two semicircles that spanned 2/3 of the length of the hall. Every 20 to 30 meters, there was a bronze pillar that hung down from the semicircle. It looked like an arch. They should have arrived at the place where the deepest chaos energy was entrenched. However, due to a certain order incarnation unknowingly releasing a storm-like order and origin energy, most of the chaos energy here was dispersed before they even got close to it. Weird. Why is the chaotic presence here so weak instead? Yun Nuashing tilted her head, puzzled. Hui slapped himself. Phone, you really don't know anything? Yun Nuashing tilted her head. Hui smiled bitterly, and shook his head. If he did not know, it meant that it had become an instinct that was carved into his bones. He was already used to it, habitually doing something, habitually calculating and measuring the various factors and effects of doing it. Under such circumstances, if the body's condition suddenly changes, I probably won't be aware of it for a while. Jing Yun explained with a dry laugh, and could not help but sigh. It seems that you have to get used to this new power before returning to the front lines in the void. Otherwise, when you fight the death shroud in the abyss, our family would be torn apart in minutes. Hui thought of the observer's indiscriminate attack and shuddered. In the middle of the rhombus-shaped hall, there was a circular building that looked like an altar made of order energy that protruded from the ground. There was also something that looked exactly the same hanging down from the ceiling. Both of them were only 10 meters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters in height. Dozens of tiny chains of order extended from the top and the bottom, weaving into a large hollow sphere in the middle. And in the middle of the large sphere, there was a dark blue sphere that was woven into a ring of order chains that was quietly floating there. That's the world core of the realm of the gods. Huey's eyes widened slightly. I saw it with my own eyes. The huge sphere that was 100 meters in diameter was spinning and twisting restlessly. The chains of order around it were dancing and dancing, and chaotic energy was spreading everywhere. It looked obviously abnormal. The chaotic presence is deeply tainted. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and waved her hand to draw the nether void sword. Hui, prepare for surgery. What? Hui asked. Chapter 1687. In the dark and gloomy diamond-shaped hall, the presence of chaos spread out along with the irritable circling of the big egg of light. Everyone was dumbfounded. Well, the reason why they were dumbfounded was not because they saw the world core being messed up by the chaos energy. Instead, it was because they heard the observer's words and saw how the observer was weighing the great sword in his hand. Everyone held their breaths. You're using this thing to perform surgery on me? After a long while, Hui shivered and came back to his senses. He couldn't help but point at Maple and say with a trembling voice, although it wasn't the first time he'd cut open the big naked egg, the last time he'd cut open a quarter of its consciousness. This time, he'd cut open the heart of the world. Well, in comparison, the consequences of the two were more or less the same. Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly when he sensed that everyone was looking at him as if he was a lunatic. He waved the nether void sword and pointed at the light orb. It's deeply contaminated by the chaos energy. Don't judge it by its appearance. Just cut it, and you'll know that it's rotten from the inside. It's just like a partially rotten fruit. You think you'll be fine after you cut it, but in reality, the whole thing has changed. The world core has yet to release the presence of chaos to the entire divine realm, which means that there are still remnants of order within, and there should be quite a lot of it. It's either a 370 split with the chaos or a 50-50 split. And looking at how the patient is violently resisting, the two orders have yet to fuse, and the world core should not be able to fuse them. Probably. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. He really could not imagine what would happen if the world core fused two orders. Would it create a world full of neutral order? Hui frowned and turned his gaze with difficulty. The world core was bound in the center by the two altar-like structures. Its ability to connect to the void was still there, and it was still constantly devouring energy, converting energy through itself and flowing into the conceptual layer of the rules. It was a normal energy transfer station, and the energy it released was normal pure energy. It was not tainted by the presence of chaos. Perhaps it was because the presence of chaos had been released into the consciousness. However, as Maple said, it was releasing the presence of chaos. The gray and black energy was constantly being thrown out with every crazy rotation of the big egg of light and then permeating the space. The hall, which had regained some brightness after Maple came over to disperse most of the presence of chaos, was now a little smoky. His vision was black and foggy, as if he had bumped into a dark cloud. He could see a thin layer of darkness in all directions. Other than this little bit of chaos energy, the order energy inside was still stubbornly fighting. He could clearly feel that the energy of order and chaos were surging in the world core at the same time. The two forces of completely opposite nature were violently clashing inside, but he could not see the residual, disgusting aura after the conflict between the two orders. Jing Yin did not speak for a while. He walked forward and approached the world core until he was under the light sphere. He reached out his hand, and a wisp of order energy gushed out from his palm and touched the world core. His vision immediately changed. He could clearly see the situation inside the world core. In the center was a light sphere as bright as the sun, and the light sphere was surrounded by gray and dark energy clouds. They occupied at least half of the space in the world core. At a glance, he could feel that they were still constantly wriggling inside, clashing violently with the light sphere in the center. They were still faintly tampering with the rules here, trying to taint the power of order. They were originally external, and without a large force to support them, they could only rely on this force to fight with the world core itself. I agree with the little brother. Jing Yin turned around and nodded to everyone. The two types of order energy inside the world core are clashing violently. Even so, they are stuck in a state of balance. Now that a third party has intervened, the balance will instantly tip. Currently, the world core has not been completely tainted by the chaos energy. After all, the chaos energy is an external force, and its movements are very slow. It is not too late to save it now, and it will not cause too much damage to the world core. After saying that, Jing Yin paused for a moment and looked at the big sword in the little brother's hand with lingering fear. Can you change the tool used to cut it? What are you panicking for? With this sword, I guarantee that everything will be fine. Yun Nuashing shrugged and swung the Nether Void sword in his hand. Then he seemed to have thought of something and glared at Hui, who was beside him. Of course, that is if someone doesn't suddenly bang behind me. Hui shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. He carefully raised his hand. Is there really no other way? Can't you try to purify it from the outside? I mainly see that your heart is a little weak when you're carrying that sword, and you are in such a state now. I am afraid that if you don't control it well, you will. Jing Yin was also reminded by this and quickly nodded. Yes, I forgot about that. Little brother, you are not in a good state now. Can you control yourself? Yun Nuashing was stunned. I am not in a good state? Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly and said in unison, that is not good either. Someone was in a state where he could not control himself, but he did not feel anything at all. Being looked at with all kinds of emotions by everyone, Yun Nuashing frowned and closed his eyes to check himself. He even asked the little angel in his soul to help him check. There is no need to check. The little angel yawned lazily and raised the golden Maimao to look into the distance. At the end of the horizon, there was a golden light that pierced the sky and dyed the sea of clouds in a golden color. Because you have fused with the first light, you are not in a good state to control yourself. You are no longer the person you know, but your subconscious and consciousness are telling you that there is nothing different. Probably because you have not realized that there is a huge change, so you are not responding. So you are using your old habits to control a body that has undergone countless changes. Did you not notice that you scared little you and Blue Phoenix when you used your power just now? Yin Nuashing. I did not notice. The little angel heard this and sighed. Suddenly, her expression changed and her tone became urgent. Anyway, hurry up and deal with your own situation. Otherwise, I will be worried when I see you stab the heart of the world. Don't think that the realm of the gods is so lucky that you can do whatever you want. I have something on my side. Ah, Shuang Shuang. Don't freeze that volcano, and don't freeze that circle city. That is the building of the other 2 tenants. No. Don't freeze my flower bed either. If you freeze those flowers, they will be useless. Yun Nuashing. These two girls are doing SSS. They are tormenting my soul world again. Was it the influence of the primal chaos? Perhaps it was because the primal chaos had completely fused with his body and soul, but he did not notice anything wrong with himself at all. Frowning, he quickly checked himself and finally found some clues. However, it would take some time to deal with this situation. It was obviously not convenient to deal with it now, but it was not a problem. He had a solution. If he accidentally strengthened himself to a level that exceeded his expectations, then he would just have to temporarily suppress his condition. Hui and Jingyan were still discussing how to safely cut open the heart of the world when they suddenly felt that the huge source of energy suddenly stopped. They all turned to look and saw that Yun Nuashing's aura was slowly suppressed back into his body. Gradually, his condition returned to normal. You dealt with it so quickly? Hui walked over and circled Maple twice. His whole body was almost touching Maple's body as he looked him up and down. It seems like there really is no problem. It's just a temporary solution. If you really want to deal with it seriously, you have to calm down first. Yun Nuashing shook his head. When he opened his eyes and saw that someone was too close, he pushed him away. It should be fine now, right? Maybe. Jing Yin also came over to take a look. It should be fine now. Then it's fine. Deal with it as an emergency. Yun Nuashing nodded. He immediately jumped into the air and pointed the Netherruin sword at the heart of the world that was still spinning wildly. When the chains of order passed through his body, he could feel the chaotic aura of order passing through his body like a shadow. Girl, come over and help me aim. Not over there. Not here. You little idiot, you can just freeze this continent into a lump of ice and then let the ice rise from the ground. Don't throw icicles in all directions. I'm not asking you to create an ice storm. Yun Nuashing was stunned when he heard the agitated and helpless voice of the little angel in his soul. So what were the two of them doing in there? All right, the crosshairs were gone. He would do it himself. It's not like he was going to cut the ball open. The ball he cut open last time was even bigger. Feng, are you done brewing? Don't really shake your hands. I won't mess with you this time, but don't do anything weird. We're still busy fighting in the void. If we cause the realm of the gods to collapse, we'll have to spend time here to save it. We won't be able to cope with that. When he turned his head, he saw Hui and the others fully armed, and they were all hiding behind the guardian shield. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing was speechless. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if his hands didn't tremble, he couldn't help but tremble when he saw this scene. Don't increase the pressure on me. Yun Nuashing pointed the Netherruin sword at the Egg of Light in front of him. The Egg of Light seemed to sense what was going to happen. It even slowed down its rotation. Its surface suddenly lit up with a bright light. The power of order was gathering. Jingyan was stunned when she saw the movement of the heart of the world. She quickly shouted, "Not good! It's trying to resist. Bro, hurry up and do it. It'll be troublesome if they break the balance on their own. May the gods protect the realm of the gods." Yun Nuashing was already conflicted, and after being urged by these words, he let out a loud cry and thrust the Netherruin sword into the big Egg of Light, without caring about anything else. At the same time, the power of order suddenly erupted, and was released together with the power of origin. It was as if a huge energy storm was about to sweep up on the spot. Crack, the sound of something getting stuck could be heard clearly in the diamond-shaped hull. Hui and the others trembled as they looked at the Egg of Light. After they saw Yun Nuashing stab the Netherruin sword into the heart of the world, the Egg of Light suddenly froze. Yes, it was as if it had been frozen. It was still spinning wildly just a moment ago, but now it looked like it had gotten stuck and couldn't move. The chains of order were also frozen in place. Hui swallowed hard. She didn't blow it up with just one stab, did she? Jingyan and the others turned pale with fright. You shut up. Don't blow it up because of what you said. Yun Nuashing wanted to turn around and smash Hui into the void with a brick, but he was holding the Netherruin sword to suppress the world core. After the Netherruin's sword stabbed into the world core, the latter immediately made a strange sound. It was as if there was a ghastly wail and the sound of metal being crushed by something. It was as if there was a gust of wind roaring in the entire hull. At this time, the light of the entire big egg of light suddenly dimmed. The brightness on the surface faded, and the shell became transparent, revealing the dark, murky clouds inside and the brilliant light in the center. The chaotic energy suddenly surged wildly under the gaze of the few people. The energy that was dark enough to pollute pure light suddenly bloomed, and the small sun inside also expanded violently due to the stimulation of the chaotic energy. It's over. It's going to explode. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Bang! As soon as everyone was prepared for the abnormal phenomenon, there was a loud bang. The aura of order and chaos collided with each other from the big light egg, and then poured out like a flood. Hui hurriedly propped up the guardian barrier, and the storm swept over. The tinkling of energy hitting the barrier, and all kinds of crazy screams echoed in his ears, giving him goosebumps. As for the unreliable observer, oh, forget it. He won't die. I should think about how to deal with the next situation. The heart of the world is going to explode. Although the realm of the gods is made of special materials, it won't completely collapse just because the heart of the world exploded. Yes, there is a process, a slow process of collapse, but at least there is a possibility of saving it. Buzz! The light ball that Siyu was holding in her hands suddenly emitted a light that was enough to penetrate the darkness. Hui and the others were stunned. Just as they turned their heads, they saw the light rushing out. They were stunned for a moment before they screamed. Wah! Don't go! F***CK. If the heart of the world explodes, there is still a consciousness holding it. If the consciousness also explodes, then it's over. Hui Jun's face turned pale in an instant. He screamed and hurriedly threw down the guardian barrier and turned into a golden light to rush out. Brother, hurry up and catch the light that rushed into the chaos clouds. That consciousness ran out. Just as Jing Yun's voice fell and he was about to rush out, a divine energy of order that contained the power to destroy everything in the world suddenly exploded. The violent, destructive power shocked him. He hurriedly stopped himself from rushing out. After that, a sword light that looked like a full moon suddenly exploded in the midst of the chaos clouds. Millions of golden light beams burst out along with golden energy particles that filled the sky. The chaos clouds that were shrouding his consciousness were all smashed to the edge and collapsed inch by inch. His vision suddenly became clear as if the clouds were dispelled and he could see the sun. Even the darkness in front of him had disappeared completely. Phone, you big idiot. Boom! When the dark clouds exploded, the guardian's tragic scream could be heard. Xing Lu was shocked, and he subconsciously held the god flame in front of him. What exploded this time? Don't, calm down. Jing Yun waved his hand and pressed down on the explosive young man. He quickly pulled him behind him and looked up at the sky in front of him. The dark chaos clouds were violently pushed away, and now in the sky. Well, excluding Hui Jun, he must have been blown away by the golden full moon just now. The young man was floating in the air, holding a ball of blue light in his hand. In the space in front of him, there was a transparent ball of light that looked like a small golden sun floating in the air. It was less than half the size of the big egg of light just now, but it emitted a pure aura of order. After it appeared, the power of order in the consciousness was rapidly climbing. In just a few blinks of an eye, it had returned to the peak, as if this power was affected by the chaos energy and had been suppressed. Ahem. Yun Nuashing fanned himself a few times with his hand. He coughed for a while before gasping for breath. He was shocked. I almost choked to death by the chaos energy. Phew. Looks like it's okay. Jing Yan felt that the situation was normal. She flew out and came to the young man. What happened? What happened just now? He asked as he looked at the small golden sun in front of him. The pure power of order. the aura of the realm of the gods, and the chaos energy that was entangled here were all blown to the edge of the diamond-shaped hall and quickly disintegrated. Now, it had completely dissipated, and there was not even a trace of it left. Overall, it looked like there was no problem, but why did it explode when it was being suppressed? Yun Nuashing took a few breaths and said, "The external stimulus was too strong, and both sides overreacted." Jing Yun. All right, there's nothing more to say. Even though this young man had urgently dealt with his own problem, the two energies within the heart of the world still felt like they couldn't handle it. That explosion, that was simply an overreaction. So it's okay now? Jing Yin looked from the small sun to the young man, and then back again. She looked back and forth a few times before asking suspiciously. She was not an expert in this field. She could not understand the health of the sun at all. Oh, this. Yun Nuashing looked down at the azure ball of light in his arms. This ball of consciousness was wrapped in an energy thread woven by the power of order, and the other end was wrapped around the small sun. The two seemed to be connecting, and he could feel the former's condition from the consciousness. It's okay. Or rather, it's okay in the first place. Jing Yin was stunned. What do you mean? What do you mean it's okay in the first place? Well, although I subconsciously thought that the heart of the world had been arbitrated when I saw the chaos energy spreading, in fact, Yun Nuashing scratched his head and pointed at the small golden sun. This is the heart of the world. That's right, this is what I remember. At first glance, I thought it had gained weight after not seeing it for 2 billion years. Gained weight. Jing Yan's cheeks twitched violently. Then that look just now was, well, it did encounter the chaos energy. And then, according to the feedback from this little fellow of consciousness, well, that chaos energy has been entrenched in the consciousness for a very long time. If I'm not mistaken, it's the presence left behind by the chaos tide. But it just happened to erupt 1 billion years ago. Every time I came to check, I didn't find anything unusual. It's because it's hiding. Huh, isn't it? Yun Nuashing was stunned as he spoke. He stared at the consciousness in his arms. Its pale green core turned around and made a gurgling sound. Consciousness, gurgling. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and translated. Ah, it's because I'm not the first choice of the cleansing and purifying mechanism. This should be referring to Hui. So, when I came here, I kept it so that I wouldn't accidentally touch it and cause trouble. Well, to put it bluntly, I'm just a defensive shield used at the bottom. The first to bear the brunt would definitely be Hui. But that guy didn't know about this at all, so he never came. And it didn't wait for that guy. So when I came here, I kept it, and then the consciousness's chrysalis gurgled twice. Gurgling? Yun Nuashing was sweating profusely when he heard this. He forced himself to keep the cold sweat on his forehead as he translated. Well, the next time I checked, which was 2 billion years ago to 1 billion years ago, it saw that something was wrong. So it planned to release it the next time I came for a check so that I could help to clean it up, and then everyone was enlightened. Siyu clapped her hands in agreement. And then a certain unreliable little star didn't come because he was lazy and sleepy. Jing Yin put on a fake smile. Haha, 2 reliable divine roles. Haha, one never comes to the realm of consciousness, and the other never comes because he's lazy and sleepy. The realm of gods is really lucky to have survived until today. Yun Nuashing was sweating profusely when he felt the dagger-like glares thrown at him from behind. Well, there was nothing to explain. Neither of them was innocent. And then Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and changed the topic stiffly. He continued, the big egg of light that we saw just now was actually the self-defense mechanism of the heart of the world that restrained the chaotic energy after it exploded. But a part of it leaked out because it wasn't restrained properly, and it affected the passage leading to the realm of consciousness. Well, that's the whole process. Siu. And then you broke the outer shell just now, and it was too late to clean up the chaotic energy. Yun Nuashing. It's like that. Hearing this, Xing LV couldn't help but sigh. Are you too reliable or not? Chapter 1688. Of course, there was no need to pay attention to those who were seeking death from the very start. However, the heart of the world only had a simple, single-threaded communication mechanism, and this mechanism had been broken 11 eras ago, destroying all communication functions. The heart of the world, which was already a little slow, had completely turned into an ice-cold boulder. All it had left was its instincts, which allowed it to determine which mechanism had a higher priority. That was why the heart of the world didn't have a damn thing to do. Its self-repair function had been inherited by an unreliable fellow, causing its old illness to drag on for 11 eras without any treatment. Another method that had a similar function had also been inherited by another unreliable fellow. Normally, it would be fine, doing its job diligently, but it just had to screw up at the most critical moment. By the time it decided to carry out its second plan. Yet, that person was gone. That person was truly the God realm. They were tired of living and wanted to kill themselves. All in all, there was something wrong with all three of them. That's right, that was definitely the case. He would never take the blame for this. Jingyin was stunned for a moment when she saw Yin Nuashing lifting her head and puffing out her chest. After thinking about it, she decided not to pay attention to the young man's random thoughts, lest the topic deviate. Young man, is the heart of the world really fine? The golden sun, which was less than 50 meters in diameter, hung in the air, emitting a gentle light, illuminating the diamond-shaped hall in the realm of consciousness. The aura of order was like a river in the forest, comfortably reflecting the surrounding scenery and flowing into the distance without any hindrance. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off one's chest in one breath. Ahem. That's what it meant. In short, what he wanted to say was that compared to the aura of order and order he felt when he first stepped into the realm of consciousness, the air was much fresher now that the aura of chaos had been dispelled. Taking a deep breath, he felt so refreshed that he wanted to sing. If not for the fact that there was no scenery in this place, he would have sung. He was not an expert, so he didn't know if the heart of the world had already dealt with this situation. Yin Nuashing muttered to himself. The consciousness in his arms was still connected to the world core, and it was using a method that he didn't understand to communicate with itself. It was probably similar to talking to itself. The real situation was definitely not like that. The two of them were probably exchanging information. In theory, the two of them were equivalent to the realm of the gods, which meant that they were originally one. However, neither of them had seen the other before, so it would take some time before they could meet. There's no problem at the moment. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and nodded at Jingyin. Then he raised an eyebrow and turned towards a golden figure that was huddled in a corner. You over there, stop pretending to be dead. Come over here. There's something I need you to do. The guardian, who was lying on the ground, teleported to Maple's side. He glared at him and muttered, When you need my help, you call me little cutie. When you're done, you kick me away. Ahem, what do you want me to do? Slowly lowering the nether void sword in his hand, Yun Nuashing glanced at him and said, Use your power to seal and protect the realm of consciousness. The aura of chaos has permeated this place for 11 eras, and the three of us don't know if there's something even more dangerous lurking in the depths of this place. The heart of the world is a fool, and the consciousness is a little thing that hasn't grown up yet. The two of them can just ignore us here, and we're not going to stay in the divine realm. If something happens to them, I'm afraid we won't be able to come back in time. Okay. I'll get busy for a while. Hui knew what he had to do after hearing the first half of the sentence. He shrugged at the two of them, sighed, and walked towards the edge of the realm of consciousness. Seeing Hui running off to work while swearing, Yun Nuashing looked away and said to Jingyin, By the way, you said that you wanted to use the consciousness to help adjust the laws of the divine realm. That plan might have to be delayed. Jingyan was stunned for a moment before she understood. The influence of chaos? Yun Nuashing sighed and nodded. In the end, there were still some damages in the 11 eras of confrontation. The self-repair process has been carried out since now, but it might take 200 to 300 million years. After the self-repair process, the laws of the divine realm would be liberated in a very short period of time. By then, the strength of the laws of the divine realm would be 20 to 30 times stronger than it is now. It would also affect all the divine realm warriors who have left their divinity imprints in the divine realm. However, it wouldn't be able to break through the limits of the grand view of the void. At most, it would speed up their breakthrough to the primeval realm. As for the path after the primeval realm, it might be up to fate. Let's leave it to fate. Jingyan scratched her head and tilted her head to look at the two balls, one big and one small. Let's just leave it to fate. The fact that there are thousands of primeval heavenly gods in the world of order within 500 million years is bound to increase the power of resistance. Oh, right, how's your situation? Yun Nuashing's eyelids twitched. She slowly lowered her head and shook it twice. Difficult. Even this path won't work. Jingyan scratched her head even more worriedly. She let out a long sigh and muttered softly, I thought that going through a strong impact on the rules would stimulate your divinity carrier, but it seems like the strength of the rules is not enough. Yun Nuashing replied and said the answer. It requires the power of the rules to surpass the grand limit of the current void rules. And this power must come from the void here. I can't use the origin rules. Why? Those 3 words made Yun Nuashing even sadder. She could not help but sigh. Actually, the origin rules can be used. It's just that I need to use the origin energy to mobilize the origin rules. And I've only mastered about 80% of the origin energy. The last 20% is a hurdle. If I can't cross this hurdle, I won't be able to use the complete energy, and I won't be able to use the complete origin rules. Using such rules to break into the primeval realm will kill me directly. So, how do I use the complete origin energy? I have to first step into the primeval realm to have a 60% chance of accurately controlling the origin energy. So, how do I step into the primeval realm? I need to accurately grasp the origin rules. You see, I'm stuck. Jingyan was speechless. She was going around in circles with a few dead knots. She should have thought of that. She was still curious as to why her divinity carrier could not recover even with the origin rules. When this topic was brought up, Yun Nuashing felt a lot sadder. He inadvertently raised his right hand and flipped it over with his palm facing up. A large amount of energy, accompanied by many complicated and collapsing auras, slowly condensing into a mass of chaotic energy cloud. The color kept switching between pitch black and multicolored, and the energy thunderbolts were like loaches scuttling around inside. Look, this unlucky thing. Jingyan was silent for a moment. Break it and cultivate again. It's probably ruined. Yun Nuashing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This thing could be destroyed and cultivated again, but the consequences were hard to predict. He did not have hundreds of billions of years or 1 or 2 eras to pay the price of cultivating again. It was hard to deal with. Clenching his hand gently, the chaotic energy cloud dissipated. Yun Nuashing looked up just in time to see the chains of order and rule between the big ball and the small ball gently break. The azure ball of light in his hand moved around his arm, and the pale green core changed direction as if it was looking at him. Gurgle. It's already taken care of. Thank you for your hard work. Gently pressing this soft ball, Yun Nuashing suddenly had a strange expression. This feeling was not right. Habitually pressing on the head, it was like a slap on the fat ball of little magic, soft and fluffy. After replying to the little one, Yun Nuashing also nodded to Jingyan. It's no problem. As mentioned just now, it will take 200 to 300 million years. By the way, I just took a look at our situation. 200 to 300 million years later. After the rule's forceful leap, there may be a group of people who will be the first to enter the Yuansha realm. It can be carried out immediately. Yuan Ji, Lady Green, and many others who have already entered the pinnacle of the origin and have been preparing for many years can enter this realm. Jing Yun pinched her chin. But the time for advancement can only be squeezed out in battle. Just like what Hui Jun said about his advancement, it took how many years? Forget thousands of years? Or tens of thousands of years. Anyway, that's the time. But this is not a problem. Time can be squeezed out. Even if we use the second line of defense and the third line of defense to squeeze out time, it won't be a problem. With dozens more people in the Yuansha realm. Yun Nuoxing's words froze and her cheeks twitched. Jing Yun raised her head and looked into the distance. Both of them said in unison, "Then we can die with more dignity." Both of them laughed bitterly. They covered their faces and shook their heads. This was really not. Sigh, who would have thought that the power of the underworld would become stronger as they understood it more and more? At this time, unless a heavenly god of origin really appeared, their chances of winning would not be more than 10%. Do your best and listen to the orders of the void. What was left could only try to create that small miracle by all means. It was not praying for something to happen, nor was it really resigning to fate. The so-called miracle was to think of ways to create it. Feng, I'm done here. When Huey's voice sounded in the hall, there was also the sound of energy flashing. Golden energy, runes appeared one after another in the hall. At the same time, there were countless runes and small magic circles connected to the runes. After they appeared, they disappeared into the void, wrapping the entire consciousness under layers of defense. Huey's figure came to the side. He glanced at Feng, and then looked at the big and small light balls in front of him. How are things on your side? There's no problem. In a few 100 million years, we will be able to steadily produce a batch of heavenly gods of origin. However, during this time, there may also be new Yuansha realm cultivators. Yun Nuoxing made a gesture, then raised her head. It's time to leave. I thought it would take a long time. In the end, only 2 or 3 days have passed. We heard her and shrugged. There should be no problem at the front line. It's only been 2 or 3 days. You see, we haven't received any emergency from the front line of the void, right? Yun Nuoxing trembled and glanced at him. I hope so. The little one's consciousness that had just completed various connections heard the conversation between Yun Nuoxing and the others. With a whoosh, it came in front of him and circled around him twice. The light green core shook a few times, as if it was tilting its head, and made an unformed sound. Yun Nuoxing stretched out her hand and pressed on its body a few times. She said, "We're leaving. You just stay here and grow up." Gurgle, gurgle. As if it understood that they were about to leave, the little one circled around his hand a few times. Then it ran in front of Hui and bumped into him. Then it did a figure-8 dance in midair in the hall. Finally, the light green core looked at them and shook gently, as if it was nodding and saying goodbye. We'll meet again, little one. We'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved her hand. She nodded to everyone and turned around and disappeared. After watching the people in front of her disappear, the little one's consciousness went over and circled around the place where they left. After a while, it floated to the little golden sun again and landed on its surface. Gradually, it lost all signs of life. As if it had fallen into a state of deep sleep, it took a while to reach the consciousness. When it came out, it was already outside in a flash. The blue sky and white clouds were in front of her, and the sun was bright and sunny. She looked very comfortable. Siyu shook her little head and looked around. That's it. It's done. Yun Nuoxing nodded. She glanced at the divine realm from afar and lowered her eyelids. Everything is peaceful in the divine realm. The creation barrier's repair is also speeding up. Everything is normal, and there's no need to worry about the rear. If there's nothing going on, I probably won't be back for a few eras. Mei Mao flapped her hands a few times. Then, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Little Star's hand and whispered, "I want to take a walk." Just a few minutes. It won't take too long. I haven't been back for a long time. I know that the front lines are still fighting fiercely, but Si Yu's voice trailed off. Just as she thought that she was depressed, she suddenly looked up and smiled. "Well, forget it. Let's go back." Yun Nuashing scratched her head and turned towards Hui and Jingyan, who both shrugged. "A few minutes isn't that urgent. It's been a long time since we've been back. Don't you too need to inspect the Divine Realm?" Xing Lu has been keeping an eye on the situation in the Divine Realm for the last few 100 million years, so there's no need to worry. "Well, I got it. Just a few rounds." Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to stroke Si Yu's hair. "You haven't been back for a long time. It's time for you to take a stroll." In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere changed. It was as if thunder had suddenly exploded in the clear sky. The scene changed without any transition into a gloomy scene with cold winds and dark clouds. In fact, all of them suddenly felt that their vision dimmed slightly, as if the sun had flickered for a moment. Si Yu, who had been so excited that she was about to jump up, suddenly had a stunned expression on her pretty face. Then, she entered a somewhat confused and cautious, solemn state. As for Yun Nuashing and the other three, they all raised their heads in unison. Their eyes, which were surging with energy, projected their gazes into the distant void. "Just now, that was—" Xing Lu murmured softly and involuntarily hammered his chest to wake him up from the dim senses. His vision became clear again, but his soul seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze. Just now he had only felt his vision darken for a moment, and his body's self-defense had been raised to the limit. It was as if he had fallen into an isolated and helpless state, and he was standing on an isolated island in the middle of a pitch-black sea. However, he didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It wasn't an illusion, nor was it a strange scene or domain. It was just a feeling that arose spontaneously in his heart and quickly spread to every part of his body. "Lord Feng! Lord Hui!" Jing Yuanji's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Her tone was very urgent, but she forced herself to stop and didn't continue, as if she didn't know what to say. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and glanced at a certain guardian who was beginning to sweat. "You said, I already have a guess here." Jing Yuanji's hesitant voice only rang after a few seconds. "The abyssal death shroud suddenly retreated 2 hours ago. Now, the energy response of the abyssal death shroud has suddenly dropped, and sharply. The energy density has fallen below the threshold where it can no longer maintain its existence in the void. The encirclement built by the abyssal death shroud is also fading on a large scale." Yun Nuashing's gaze flickered violently. She couldn't help but murmur, "The abyssal death shroud is fading." The little angel slowly stood up in the spiritual world. The moment the abyssal death shroud fades is the moment that the eternal war of the ages begins. This was what the one from the 139th era said. What he repeated was different from what they were experiencing at this moment, but this point might be, and if there were no accidents, the 53rd era was the time when they retreated to the upper plane. But didn't they say that when they reached the upper plane? The little angel murmured, "I always thought that it was still early. Maybe there's a problem with the transmission of memories. He's been reincarnated many times, so there's a mistake in his memory. It's not surprising that the deviation caused by self-completion caused by the deviation." Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and murmured, "Maybe there's something wrong with the situation here, or there's a change in my dream. Personally, I feel that it should be a combination of the former two situations." The spiritual communication hastily ended in an instant. No matter what the specific situation was, no matter what the problem was, the reality was right in front of them. "The time is up." Bang! Yun Nuashing waved her hand and opened up a huge teleportation channel in the void in front of her. A spiritual message spread to all the soul seeds. Highest alert state. Everyone, activate the order domain immediately. Increase the energy of the sealing circle to the highest level. I repeat, everyone at the front line of the void, listen to my command. Highest alert state. The abyssal death shroud is fading. This is not a sign that the war has ended, but the beginning of another war. Activate all of your powers. At the front line of the void, all the nodes and all the worlds of order flashed with a colorful light that seemed to gather all the colors in the world. It was like a ribbon that spanned across the void was projected everywhere. The ear-piercing sound of energy descended upon the entire order domain. All the node cities at the front line of the void lit up with the brightest light. Countless runes that were left behind shone with the brightest and most glorious light of order at this moment. Countless places in the void were shining with the corresponding radiance of white and gold. The new energy towers that stood in the void were bursting with the origin energy that announced the beginning of the void, spreading the most sacred aura in the world throughout the entire void. The sealing circle of the void also changed from a transparent barrier to a counterattack barrier with boundless origin energy, order energy, and the power of the natural order. It was like an announcement of a death match that was announced to the entire void. Wait, phone, why? Before Hui could react, this order was transmitted across the entire order domain through the nodes without any hindrance. Even Jing Yin was stunned. It's too late. Yun Nuashing shook her head violently. She pulled Siyu and Feng Qinghuang into the teleportation channel. Go back. Quick. If we don't hurry, it'll be too late. Hui and the other two could not respond to that solemn expression. It was as if the void was about to explode in the next second. They could only rush into the teleportation channel. In the blink of an eye, they were back at Node 0. What they saw was an ocean of light condensed from the boundless energy of order and origin. It spread the power of order across the void like ripples of water. In the distance, the abyssal death mist disappeared. It really retreated. Huey's eyes focused. In the dark void, the black cloud wall that flashed wildly with scarlet light was gone. However, at this moment, the void was filled with an aura that made all life feel more oppressed. This feeling did not weaken because of the retreat of the abyssal death mist. Instead, it became even more intense. Lord Feng, Lord Hui. A beautiful light blue figure flashed from the void and landed beside them. Jing Yuanji hurriedly landed. We are ready to fight with all our might, but the darkness of chaos suddenly descended on everyone's heart. This time it was not just them. This inexplicable phenomenon seemed to directly penetrate all obstacles and was projected everywhere in the void of order. Every world, every life, regardless of whether they were weak or strong, all of them raised their eyes and subconsciously looked up at the sky. The nameless darkness and the colorful light that suddenly appeared in the sky coexisted. The urging sacredness and the squirming madness reflected all of this in the most direct way in everyone's eyes. Even 90% of the life forms could not understand what it was. Observed bodies of the abyssal death mist? The report that was accompanied by hurried exclamations, hesitation, and astonishment spread throughout Node 0 in an instant. At the same time, an equally hurried voice echoed in the soul realm. The voice that was filled with astonishment and hesitation only paused for a moment before continuing to shout. Unknown abyssal death. Mist spawns have been observed. Their numbers cannot be estimated. Observed bodies of Yuansha realm bodies. Observed bodies of Yuansha realm bodies. Huge numbers. Highest level of alert. Highest level of alert. All order energy, begin to charge. The origin energy tower will immediately enter into overload mode. Don't care about echelons. All. Aim at those Yuansha realm bodies. Logistics. Put in more effort. Bring everything up. The front line of the void was already in a state of shock and uncertainty. At this moment, it fell from a world of ice and snow to a blazing sun in an instant. The scene instantly boiled and was projected in their line of sight. It filled the entire void, as well as the crazed and noisy void picture that made the void even more crowded. This caused everyone to enter the most solemn state they had ever reached in their lives. We looked at the void that was slightly empty after the abyssal death. Mist retreated a second ago. At this moment, the void was filled with never-before-seen bodies without any warning. His gaze froze. "Feng, it's really as you said." Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes slightly. She took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. "Farewell to the peaceful past. This war is eternal." Chapter 1689. Hundreds of millions of years. That was the period when the world of order officially gathered for a counterattack. However, the war that the underworld started had already raged in the void for almost 11 eras. However, they had always been cowering behind the abyssal death shroud. Even after hundreds of millions of years, they had only made contact with the underworld. The world of order and the underworld had always been separated by the abyssal death shroud. The latter had become the most mysterious and hated place in the void of order. They had never even seen anyone from the underworld, but there might be a few lucky ones who had accidentally bumped into someone from the underworld. For example, there might have been others who had seen the underworld, but most of them had never shown their faces in the world of order again. Therefore, until today, no one had ever understood the underworld. Of course, there might never be one in the future. All they needed to know was that the underworld was going to attack them, and they had to beat them to death or be beaten to death. Now, the abyssal death shroud had dispersed, and the underworld had appeared before everyone. That was the scene that announced the end of the countdown. Every cognition in this world was overturned in that scene. There was nothing that anyone was familiar with, and what everyone saw was the purest of madness. In the vast void, what filled everyone's eyes was another patch of darkness that filled their vision. Countless bizarre and distorted structures filled their vision. Using the void as a white canvas, there were 100 gigantic chaos constructs that could easily devour a galaxy. Their shadows were enough to cover all light and shadow of order, and each of those gigantic constructs was formed by billions of unknown abyssal death shroud spawns. They were piled into a pile like a human pyramid that filled up the void. There was no discipline, logic, or pattern. The squirming darkness had fused with the dark energy radiance that swayed wildly in the void. And that was just the situation at a glance. It was just a corner of the void that was visible to the naked eye. There were more that could not be seen with the naked eye. They were spreading wildly in the void, devouring all energy of the void of order into that huge mouth, turning it into nutrients for their march. Tide. That's right, it was just like a rolling tide. Every time the gray tide wriggled, it would cause a huge wave. The gathered power was crazily pushed towards the direction of the world of order. There was no front wave, only the back wave and even more back waves. They turned into the sharpest of arrows, charging fearlessly towards the world of order that was filled with the power of order. The counterattack power of the realm of order was just like the energy that burst out from their charge. The dazzling and colorful energy torrents condensed into the size of a galaxy as they charged towards the tide of darkness, tearing a huge rift that was as wide as a galaxy. The energy torrents streaked across the void and turned into solid crystals that remained on the ground. After a few seconds of rapid charging, the crystals that blocked the rift suddenly collapsed, causing a violent energy storm, turning the endless energy of order and origin into endless shockwaves. On the battlefield of Node Zero, there are hundreds of energy storms that exploded at the same time. It almost turned into a sky of energy bombardment that blocked all the unknown abyssal death mist spawns that were charging towards the realm of order. After charging through the layers of energy blockades, the spawns that were heavily injured and helpless were killed by the warriors who were guarding the realm of order. The power of chaos and the power of order reflected each other in the void. casting the grandest energy flames in the endless void. Both sides were sending the same message, not stopping until one of them was dead. We have withstood the fiercest attack in the beginning. Next, we will enter the cycle of attack phase. The origin energy towers and the normal energy towers will be divided according to the arrangement. The fifth echelon's origin energy towers will be in overload mode. They will ignore everyone and focus on those primeval individuals. Logistics prioritize replenishing the fifth echelon's consumption. The realm of order has lost 70% of its power. It is turning into a normal energy flow state to repair itself. Everyone, please do not fight too hard. Otherwise, you will have to lie on the city wall and watch the void fill with fireworks as you slowly recover. Lord Maple's clearing will be carried out in 5 minutes. Inform all troops that this clearing will be out of control. Those unlucky bastards who cannot return to the realm of order in time shall lie in the cycle of reincarnation for tens of thousands of years. Inform all troops that the number of primeval spawns will increase slightly with each batch. You better pay attention to the fifth echelon's energy capacity. The fledglings have been cleared. They are now returning to the team. Men, help open a path for them. Special Operations Team, report your position. Target received. 541. Shoot them down. The frenzied abyssal death, mist spawns, and the counterattack of the order forces on the other side were equally frenzied. Both sides had returned to the purest state of this war, fighting with one's life. That was really the only thing that could be done. Both sides were risking their lives. Boom! Boom! The Guardian's shield, which was like a city wall, withstood the energy jump barrier and killed a group of primeval spawns that passed through the area covered by the energy flames. We stepped forward with 2 sacred swords in hand and started a massacre. The Guardian's shield turned into 4 energy shields and covered his body to help him defend. Meanwhile, he was responsible for killing those that slipped through the net or looking for trouble with those primeval spawns and primeval life forms. Hui Jun, there is a guy who ran away and is heading towards you. He is heavily injured. Just kill him directly. The voice in his mind made Hui stop his movement towards the gap. He swung his hand and let go of one of the sacred swords. He took a shield and turned around to rush towards Jingyin. Before he could run far, a gap suddenly appeared in the energy storm of order. A figure covered in the abyssal death mist with a chaotic aura of chaos rushed out from it. Just as he was about to rush towards the realm of order, he suddenly felt a strange aura coming towards him. Where are you looking, little fledglings? Bash my shield. A giant shield that was the size of a meteor and filled with golden lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. He did not even have time to react before he was hit by the shield when he accelerated his dash. He was annihilated by the countless golden energy lightning. A vast energy light rain accompanied by the aura of chaos was suddenly released. Boom! A chaos impact suddenly erupted in the vast void and tore apart the energy light rain. Hui turned his body and used all his strength to throw out the Guardian shield. Layers of energy barriers quickly spread out to meet the chaos impact that was as vast as a galaxy and deflected it to the side of the void. The aura of order and chaos crazily collided with each other and rushed in all directions along with exploding energy light pillars. The Order warriors who were fighting outside hurriedly dodged the chaos energy that was randomly colliding in the void. Jingyin and the others suddenly rushed out from the army of spawns. When they saw Hui holding up the barrier to deflect the chaos impact, they quickly gathered the collapsed chaos energy in their palms and turned it into a golden energy torrent that collided with the galaxy. They worked together to destroy it in one fell swoop. Thanks. Hui waved his hand and withdrew the Guardian's shield. He looked at Jingyun and nodded. The 2 groups crossed each other and rushed to their respective battlefields. Yun Nuashing hung high in the void, like a star that was shining with golden light. The place where he stood was already covered by the energy of the abyssal death mist. He was tightly wrapped. From the beginning until now, he had lost count of how many times he had been attacked. After all, standing in such a conspicuous place made him so conspicuous. The passive effect was to endlessly attract the enemy's firepower. According to the plan, those energies would not be able to break through his layer of order light curtain. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. The boundless order energy that was spreading into the void seemed to be pulled by a huge force at this moment and gathered into a storm. However, on this vast battlefield, this gust of wind did not attract any attention at all. Hui and the others who were paying attention to his movements saw him suddenly move. Their hearts skipped a beat, especially when they saw the Netherruin's sword appear with the endless light of order. Their hearts almost broke through the sky. Hui shouted loudly and sent the abyssal death mist manifestation flying. As he retreated, he shouted through the soul transmission, "Everyone, retreat to the realm of order. Warning, the observer is preparing to clear the field." Everyone who was fighting with the abyssal death mist manifestation shuddered violently. They quickly looked at each other and used the violent strength that was strengthened by the desire to survive to fling the enemy in front of them away. Then they quickly retreated while throwing energy torrents at the abyssal death mist manifestation. What's going on? The underworld fledglings were stunned when they saw the Order warriors suddenly retreating. They looked at each other and were about to chase after them. Their eyes suddenly flickered and their expressions changed a few times. Then they immediately retreated. Those Yuansha realm manifestations were also stunned for a while and did not move for a while. Retract the order barrier. Everyone hide behind the defensive barrier. Hui shouted and smashed the strongest defensive barrier. This time they were going to receive the energy impact of someone's brand new strength. They were not confident at all. Nothingness, order of origin, a familiar murmur and a familiar energy, shriek, suddenly came from the star of enlightenment. Then a calamitous order impact that could shatter everything in the void into dust accompanied by circles of energy shockwaves suddenly burst out and spread through the temple of origin to the entire front line of the void. The golden and colorful energy wave that came rushing at them seemed to contain the aura of endless annihilation. Just the wave alone made all the Order warriors' faces turn pale. What rushed into their minds was the scene of billions of sparks exploding and being extinguished. No one could catch their breath in this mighty wave. Actually, it was already considered a successful defense if they were not knocked out by the rolling wave. Buzz! That destructive energy shriek only spread through the void that was enveloped by the attack a little later. Those new type manifestations had not been baptized by the mighty energy impact for the first time. Now, just a wave came rushing at them, and they disappeared without a trace in an instant, including those Yuansha realm manifestations who were completely stunned on the spot. They seemed to be able to think, but they were very slow. They struggled for a while between running and not running. Then they were swept into the void by this wave. The destructive order wave washed through the void. As the energy shock wave surged, countless order runes the size of stars suddenly formed in the colorful energy wave. They were so densely packed that it was as if billions of stars were shining. Then they quietly disappeared into the void and carefully retracted. Hui and Jingyan were the few who could still stand in the nothingness order of origin. Their bodies only swayed slightly. So they saw the scene of countless order, stars forming and disappearing in an instant. They looked at each other and were stunned. They could not help but smile bitterly. "Maple, this fellow, he's brazenly setting up a trap." "Bro, you've converted most of the unused energy into energy runes and buried them. You're planning to kill me without paying for it. The energy surge this time is much stronger. Is this the might of being in a state of resonance with the laws and order all the time?" The energy impact of order lasted for a full 10 seconds before it stopped. The entire void went from a state of chaotic battle to an abnormally quiet. It lasted for at least 10 seconds before those abyssal death mist manifestations came back to their senses and continued to charge at the world of order. And even though this move seemed to have quite a bit of effect on the warriors of order, it was ultimately not an attack targeted at them. They only fainted for a while before they all came back to their senses. They sorted out the sudden changes in the battlefield and gathered all of their energy before the abyssal death mist manifestations drowned the defensive line. Hurry up and analyze the new energy defense method. Adjust the defense method of order yourselves. The next time we clear the field, we might not be so lucky to be in the realm of order. Analysis in progress. Go ahead. Leave this realm to me. If we can't come up with a new defense method before the next time we clear the field, I'll eat one of the manifestations alive. Fifth echelon, gather half of your energy. The enemies are coming. Aim at those guys who are charging at the front. The other energy towers switch to their output mode and create an energy field of order collapse to block their path. 3, 2, 1. Beat them up. Boom. In the end, the silence on the battlefield did not last long. It returned to its previous state of frenzy and clamor. The shock waves that shook the void made people's ears itch. Even their souls trembled slightly with each energy explosion. Jingyin and the people she brought along rested in the realm of order. They half squatted on the ground and panted heavily. Seeing this, Hui hurriedly strengthened his defense and hurriedly went over. He adjusted part of the aura of the realm of order and gathered it here. Are you all right? Too much pressure to deal with the fledglings? Phew! Jing Yin gently wiped her forehead. There are too many of them. Furthermore, it's more or less tiring to fight in the army of manifestations. But it's still all right here. We've pushed back some of them and delayed them for a while. If we didn't retreat just now, we should be able to bathe them in the shock waves of order. But I might not be able to come back. He looked at the battlefield where endless energy collided and exploded. His expression became a little solemn. The situation might not be too good. They're obviously well prepared to attack the sealing circle of the void. There are quite a number of beings in the primeval realm. There are even manifestations with pseudo-primeval powers, although they're not very strong compared to the fledglings and seem a little slow. Fortunately, we prepared the origin energy tower in time. That's right. There seems to be people from the underworld among them. I can feel a weak power of order. Either there are people from the underworld mixed in with the fledglings, or there's a group of people from the underworld hidden in the death fog of the abyss behind that has not completely dissipated. Huey's expression trembled slightly. His gaze changed a few times. He muttered to himself, now the situation is still all right. The origin energy tower is still well prepared, so we can deal with it. But if a real primeval god of the underworld appears, I'm afraid we'll have to divert most of our strength to deal with it. Even you have to leave the battlefield to help. And if there's more than one of them, and they have to attack the sealing circle from different places, we might have to pay a heavy price. Hey, Hui smacked his lips and tilted his head to look at the Star of Enlightenment behind them. Maple was holding the Netherworld Ruins sword and narrowing his eyes. He knew that the latter was monitoring the entire battlefield. Just by standing there, he had already reduced the pressure on their line of defense. He had even attracted some of the manifestations from the death fog of the abyss from other places. He was also responsible for clearing the battlefield with various buffs. Fortunately, that first light was fast enough and allowed Maple to forcefully raise his power to another level. Otherwise, he would not know what to do if he encountered this situation in a hurry. Hui asked, "What's up with those new manifestations?" Jing Yan's eyes flickered slightly. That could be a half-matter and half-energy derivative. It should be playing a new trick on the path of imitating the soldiers of chaos, or it is planning to take a new path, perhaps to derive a derivative with a body of flesh and blood. Hui was stunned. That kind of fragile body? Why? Consciousness. The answer came from behind. Hui and Jing Yin both turned their heads and found Yun Nuashing looking down at them from the Star of Enlightenment. The voice just now came from him. A manifestation of the death fog of the abyss that has flesh and blood can give the consciousness of the death fog of the abyss that is born in the sanctum of derivation, a place to go. Coupled with the manifestation of the primeval God. Have you thought of anything? Damn, it can't be right? Huey's eyes widened. Wouldn't these two things be equivalent to a primeval God? They were looking for a way to mass-produce the primeval God on all kinds of paths. Now this was one, and the fledgling was another. Wasn't that simply planning to beat the world of order to death? Mass production. It's only the pseudo-primeval God. If it has the power of the primeval God and the laws and divinity of that realm, it's indeed possible. Jing-yin slowly stood up and nodded. Perhaps the sanctum of derivation existed from the beginning because of this. Yun Nuoxing's voice came faintly, and the two fell silent. If so, the underworld was too crazy. They destroyed countless worlds, fused them together as sacrifices, and then used the death fog of the abyss and another power that was probably the power of God's destruction to distort them. Was it just to give birth to a consciousness of the abyss that could control the manifestation of the primeval God and be ordered by them? This was mass production of soldiers. Even if it was to deal with the world of order, was it necessary to use such means? The possibility is indeed very high. Jing Yun muttered. However, why did they use so many methods? It's obvious that they only need a high-tier primeval God to end all of this. I don't believe that the underworld can't gather a high-tier primeval God. Maybe they're too cowardly? Hui grinned and squeezed this sentence out from between his teeth. It sounded like words to comfort himself, and it made Jing Yun smile bitterly. Yun Nuoxing said, "Although it sounds ridiculous, I think it's not impossible." "Huh, I just said it casually." Hui was stunned. To be able to live to this era by being a fence-sitter in the mythological era, other than being especially good at hiding, they must be especially cowardly. The more cowardly they are, the more cowardly they are. Jing Yin and Hui. This sounds really reasonable. Ha! The aura of the collapse of order and chaos brought the three back to their senses. Jing Yin took a deep breath and stood up, leading the others out of the realm of order. Have a good rest. Those fledglings have come out again. Don't worry and leave them to us. On the other hand, I'll leave the realm of order to you guys. Hui nodded seriously. Just leave this place to me. This escape route will never be cut off. After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something. He hurriedly looked up and saw Yun Nuoxing slowly gathering the Nether Void sword. The light of primal chaos was flashing wildly, and a surge of energy that was more than 10 times more violent than before was crazily rumbling on his body. His face turned pale. Everyone, enter emergency defense mode. The observer is coming for the second time to clear the realm. The analysis of defense is done. Quickly adjust yourselves. Don't blame me if you can't hold on to this life-saving rope. I'll run first. Huh. This is everyone. Quickly hide in the energy field of the collapse of order. Reverse the flow of the power of order. Void order of origin. The roaring white light that was like a replay of the scene suddenly exploded. The destructive energy of order was accompanied by the violent movement of the sea of stars and the vibrations of the laws. It turned into a new energy, star that spread to every corner of the void. Those abyssal death mist spawns that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws only saw a white light before they turned into dust and disappeared in the void. The billions of spawns that flooded the void and the huge distorted chaos constructs all collapsed. Holy shit, this. Hui stared at the scene of the void collapsing in front of him. He was stunned. Hasn't it only been 10 minutes? Feng, don't be rash. I'm afraid this battle won't end so soon. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's still okay now. It's just a regular output mode. Yun Nuoxing raised the Netherworld Ruins sword and looked at the countless rays of light that were radiating from her body. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. For now, this is enough. For now, there's no need to. Huh? What did you say? Hui was slightly stunned. He seemed to have heard something just now. Even if it was through the soul transmission, it was not very clear. Nothing. Yun Nuashing stared at the depths of the void. She stared at the abyssal death mist that had yet to dissipate. Her hand, that was holding the netherworld ruins, sword tightened slightly. For now, it's nothing. Chapter 1690. Amidst the rumbling void, order, and chaos, armed to the teeth, were wildly consecrating each other with bricks. One side was bleeding, while the other side was paralyzed, the bricks in their hands never stopping. Well, he only wanted to say that the battlefield before him was very intense. As for whether it was cruel or not, that was something that could only be sensed in the small view of the void. The battlefield he was standing on was so vast that it could not be completely covered by perception and sight, and all that could be seen was the desperation and violence of both sides as they thrashed each other with their lives. Still, from another perspective, even if each energy shockwave that erupted here was 1,000,000 times weaker, it would still be enough to split a world's luminous cluster in half. Under normal circumstances, any living being from either side would be treated as saints, sages, gods, peerless demons, and a whole host of other titles. Yet they were being casually ignited like fireworks in the void, incinerated into nothingness, and then perished. From that perspective, it was quite cruel. And yet here, all living beings were just spare parts on the colossal battlefield. They were soldiers and generals, throwing away all the titles they had been given. At this moment, they were known as order and chaos. The shrill sound of energy reverberated alongside the roar of the stars, stirring waves that caused the void to disintegrate. War drums that were powered by the resonance of order and rules were beating out heavy, dull, thunderous booms, while the shock waves that erupted amidst the heavenly radiance that illuminated the world became a vast baptism of the void, completely separating order and chaos. In the distant void, the abyssal death shroud spawn that had been stacked into a wall was bellowing wildly at the void of order. A large group of beings belonging to the underworld stood at various nodes of the wall as if they were commanders, observing the vast white wave with their naked eyes. Their faces were ashen and immeasurably somber, as their minds kept simulating what would happen if they were caught in the wave head-on. That wave would probably wipe them all out. At first, they were lucky enough to escape once or twice thanks to their commanders, and if they were lucky enough to survive the third order of nothingness origin. But after that fellow that had turned into a radiance that illuminated the void began to act recklessly. There was no order or pattern. Sometimes it would come once every 10 minutes, and sometimes it would suddenly come once every 3 minutes. It was complete chaos, and every time it came, it would lash its own people into the void. The only way they could avoid it was to flee when they noticed that the other party had suddenly entered a defensive state and wrapped themselves in energy barriers. Even so, they still suffered heavy losses. The order energy that remained in the void was affecting their domain at every moment. Even if they could not see it with their eyes, even if they could not detect it with their energy, the ripples that fluctuated from weak to violent from their domain and energy barriers were the best proof. But they could not sense where the attack was coming from at all. Order corruption. There was a low rumble that sounded like muffled thunder from the shroud behind them. A certain person's muttering echoed throughout the entire abyssal death shroud army, and their expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other, their faces as dark as water. Chaos corrupting order, and order corrupting chaos. It was easy to understand, but they did not expect that light on the other side could do it to such an extent. Suddenly, a huge wave of abyssal death shroud poured out from the army. It emerged from the bodies of countless spawns, gathered, and then turned into a halo that abruptly burst out, spreading throughout the entire domain that was affected by the abyssal death shroud. On the other side of the void, Yun Nuashing had just pulled the nether void sword out of the void when he looked up and frowned slightly. He could see that the ripples from the abyssal death shroud's barrier had weakened considerably. It was still detected. Should I strengthen it? Or, forget it. Let's continue with the current progress. He raised his eyes and stared in the direction of the death fog of the abyss. His eyes flashed, and there was also a faint pressure coming from that place. It seemed like a gaze or something similar was also locked in this direction. The place where the two forces collided caused a visible distortion to appear in the void. Deep darkness and faint purple were constantly surging. That feeling is... Jingyin suddenly turned her head to look at the direction of the young man through the light, and then followed his line of sight to the abyssal death shroud. Her gaze was slightly somber. That presence, it shouldn't be, right? Yun Nuashing frowned. After a moment, he waved his hand to interrupt the confrontation with that astonishing pressure. The other side seemed to have done the same. In the next second, that tide of darkness rolled up endless waves and continued to crash towards the realm of order that they were in. The vast waves, the vast void echoed with the roars and roars of demons. Everyone get ready. An ethereal voice that was tinged with radiance and trembling reverberated in the realm of order. The entire void of order seemed to have suddenly flickered because of that, causing everyone's expression to change. After fighting side by side for hundreds of millions of years, everyone had already formed a tacit understanding. They immediately prepared everything that they needed to prepare in the realm of order, the power of attack and the impregnable defense. The former would allow them to tear those demons and demons apart, while the latter would allow them to buy time to crush all of them before they were torn apart by the other side. In summary, if you can't kill us, we'll take your life. Let's see who's more vicious. Boom! The sacred golden light that had turned into order and the gray energy of chaos unexpectedly met in the void like a downpour. The clean void was instantly occupied by countless destructive energies. The warriors of order charged out of the realm of order in an orderly manner. The abyssal death, mist spawn, was not afraid of death as it charged at the barrier built by the order energy. The two sides met for the second time in the void that was baptized by the vast energy. The explosive energy filled up the only gap. Looking at the entire void, there was no place that was not covered by energy. There was only the chaotic phenomenon of the chaos and order energy colliding with each other hundreds of millions of times in a second. Yun Nuashing raised her hand. This time, she did not raise the nether void sword to clear the battlefield. As the energy in her body boiled and surged, the ray of light suddenly expanded a lot and gradually enveloped the entire realm of order. After a moment of delay, countless energy circles appeared in the void along with a shocking wave of energy. The circles were dyed with the golden light of order and the colorful circles of the origin energy. They were like bees coming out of the hive, piecing together a macroscopic colossus. The unusually conspicuous energy movement could not be concealed at all. No matter which side of the battlefield felt this strange energy and turned part of their attention. Hui sent a fledgling who was fighting him in close combat, flying away with a single punch. Then he controlled the dozens of energy towers in the order domain with his soul and aimed them forward. A round of concentrated energy attacks suddenly exploded, turning the opponent into a spark in the void. After that, Hui turned his head to look at the scene before him. His cheeks twitched. This is not within the scope of the plan. Jing Yin also paused slightly in another battlefield. She muttered in her heart, Is there something wrong? Could it be just now? The chaotic energy that was rushing towards him from the front quickly pulled him back to his senses and dodged the attack. Looking at the manifestations in front of him that were about to hit him in the face, he could not help but frown. He casually swung his palm that contained a weak, primeval power and swept it into ashes. These new manifestations that are fused with the chaotic energy are really annoying. Hui Jun, can you borrow the power of the realm of the gods here? Hui, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was stunned when he heard the voice. He used his head to knock a primeval manifestation away before he hurriedly replied. The void is too far away. I can't. What's wrong? If you have to use it, Do you and my brother have a way to deal with this problem? This. Huey's eyes flashed. He hesitated for a moment before he replied through the soul transmission. Open the door. Huh. Open what door? It's a simple saying between Maple and I. You can take it as a secret code. It's what you said just now. If we have to use the power of the realm of the gods by force, we can use the special method of the dual divine titles to condense the power of the realm of the gods through the pillar of creation and then pour it towards where we are in one go. Hui raised his head and looked at the chaotic battlefield. He waved his hand and let the guardian shield and holy sword fly out on their own. They swept across the battlefield and rushed towards the primeval spawns and fledglings. He then opened up his realm of order and turned his body into a storm. The energy of order shook the void. However, there are some negative effects. It will affect the realm of the gods. For a period of time, the energy of the creation's barrier and the realm of the gods will decrease. Jing Yin tilted her head and quickly observed the battlefield. Sounds like it's not a big problem. We probably won't be able to reach the realm of the gods now. But the problem is, the last time I mentioned to you, when we fought the previous generation of the Divine Shadow Clan, the creation's barrier had already been attacked and slightly collapsed. Now, it's still in a state of rapid repair. Currently, it's not even 1/10 complete. If we use open the door by force, the laws of the realm of the gods, well, it will even affect the stability of the concept layer of the laws. Forget it. Jing Yin smiled bitterly. The price was too high. After all, this was an away battle. It was not possible for her to use her home advantage unless she was in a defensive state. So now, she had to think of another way. Then, can you move the realm of the gods over? Unfortunately, Maple and I have tried. When the realm of the gods is damaged, we can't move it through our hands. Under normal circumstances, it's still possible. Hui was a little confused when he heard Jing Yin's bitter smile. What did you see? Why do you need to use the power of the realm of the gods so urgently? This. Jing Yin wiped her face, her gaze stealthily looking towards the depths of the army of manifestations. Should I say that I've recovered from my paranoia? Or should I say that I'm taking precautions? I'm not sure either. Hui? ? Little brother, you should also have a faint feeling. I'm worried that some things will happen too suddenly, and I'm completely unprepared. So I want to use the power of the realm of the gods. Jing Yin let out a long sigh. Maple knows? Hui was slightly stunned. After a moment, he relaxed and waved his hand. Then it's fine. As long as Maple knows, it's fine. It's just a possibility. Tisk, it's not a big problem. Hui swung his long hair in relief. He looked at the manifestations that had broken a hole in the order energy barrier and rushed in. With a wave of his hand, his order domain expanded several times and turned into a brick to block the hole. He can sense even the slightest bit of something wrong, and as long as he can sense the situation here, he will definitely think of a way. He must be thinking about how to deal with it right now. No, he might already be taking measures. Jing Yin was stunned. The two of them looked at the dazzling pillar of light that illuminated the void at the same time, as well as the countless gigantic magic circles around the pillar of light. Jing Yin's eyes flashed. You mean those? Otherwise, why would Maple suddenly start to fight back? There must be a reason behind it. Hui nodded. He turned around and continued to move forward. With a wave of his hand, streaks of divine energy and golden runes, weaved into large-scale magic circles, appeared all around them. They were all aimed at the hole in front of them. A single energy attack had taken away countless manifestations. The ones that could still rush in front of him and get intimate with his barrier were all primeval manifestations. We just need to control the situation and not distract him. If that's the case... Jing Yin's eyes flashed as she nodded. Then let's try to reduce the number of fledglings. Be careful. Jing Yin laughed bitterly. She turned to look at the manifestations that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws and fangs as they aimed their weapons at them. Even the smallest of them was 1,000,000 feet tall. They were like droplets of water, fighting alone into a desert. They even had to accurately pluck out a withered plant or a nest of scorpions in the desert. That was not a matter of carelessness. It was a rash action that belonged to them, and there was no other way around it. Just like how the young man had to risk his life to maintain the stability of the Void front line, clearing the field from time to time, and occasionally rescuing people in urgent situations, they too had their own troubles that only they could handle. The golden and multicolored radiance of the magic circle threw out innumerable energy torrents in all directions. Under his precise control, the magic circle was gradually pushed forward. Meanwhile, he himself was still standing at the same spot as the fulcrum that guarded the entire battlefield. Part of his spirit and soul were extended to the magic circle, helping him push forward the battle line. He pushed away all the manifestations of the abyssal death mist that were charging towards them, pushing their line of defense away from the direction of the realm of order. Boom! Boom! The massive chaos energy struck the barrier that was forged from pure light, but did not budge the light even after 5 seconds. Yun Nuashing tilted her head slightly and looked towards the depths of the abyssal death mist army. A primeval manifestation the size of a star was staring at her with its turbid scarlet eyes. Its palms were clasped together, and in a brief moment, a massive energy the size of a sun was condensing. It was not just that place. Many other places within the army were emitting a massive energy reaction. Phone, be careful. It seems that they are focusing on you. Huey's warning echoed in her soul. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and muttered, "Their attention has never left me. They are just paying more attention now." With a wave of her hand, countless magic circles appeared in the void beside her. One layer after another, they were aimed at the place where the massive energy ripples were emitting from the abyssal death mist. After a moment of delay, the energy frenziedly gathered together. Nature, stars. The dazzling light of the tens of thousands of formations seemed to have created a vast galaxy on the battlefield. Countless stars flickered, and the beams of light gathered together to form a huge cross-shaped star. Hundreds of energy torrents, as wide as a galaxy, burst out toward the army of death fog. Those manifestations that were still gathering energy seemed to be stunned for a moment, and in the next moment they let out a soundless roar at him from across the void, turning the sun-sized energy into chaos energy blasts and violently shooting out. That was a suicidal attack in the face of an unavoidable attack. However, how could the energy torrents that were as wide as galaxies be afraid of starlight that was only the size of a star? Before the two could meet face to face, the former was shattered by the oppressive force. In an instant, it spread to the former, and along with the tens of thousands of soldiers around it, they vanished in a brilliant explosion of energy fireworks. "Let me test you!" Yun Nuashing continued to wave his hand, allowing the new formation cluster to fuse into the vast array. The gigantic formation cluster that was measured in billions of units with no end in sight was unleashing energy from his body in a frenzy, turning him into a ray of light and casting an ocean of light. The visual effect of such a colossal explosion was more powerful than all the order power in the entire defensive line of order combined. The vast order power that was unleashed, the ripples that resounded in the void, the ripples that resonated with order and rules, and the ocean of light that had no end in sight. If such a thing was placed on the battlefield between order and chaos, its ability to attract aggro would be maxed out. Yun Nuashing himself would be able to attract aggro just by standing there. At present, it had only been a dozen minutes since the formation of the formation cluster, but he had already received no less than 10,000 reports from his soul that the spawn had diverted its attention and was charging towards the formation cluster with chaos energy. Lord Foam, Lord Hui, the army of manifestations has suddenly retreated from Node 20. Their target, they're heading towards where you are. Hui raised his shield and slapped a primeval manifestation to death. He was stunned at this moment, and when he turned around, he saw the scene of Feng creating a void destruction level scene. He instantly felt his mouth go dry. Oh my God, how much aggro do you intend to attract? His vision suddenly turned black for an instant. Judging from the corner of his eye, one of the manifestations had just jumped over his face while he was stunned, then turned around and charged towards Feng with all its might. Almost 90% of the manifestations on the battlefield were doing the same. Lord Hui. Node 15. Wait. Counting Lord Hui. The abyssal death missed manifestations from nodes 1 to 120 are all showing signs of moving. The primeval life forms are moving as well. Is it necessary, moving the power of 180 nodes just because their brains went haywire? There's so much pressure. Hui was so scared that he almost vomited. Then he glanced at Feng. Yes, the pressure was indeed quite great. He immediately ordered, Feng has unleashed an all-out attack here and attracted the attention of the manifestations. You guys try your best to hold them back. Take their lives while they're moving. Try your best not to let them come over. But if you can't stop them, don't stop them. Yes, Lord. Hui saw that the center of gravity of the battlefield had changed, so he hurriedly reorganized the changed battle situation and reorganized the order domain. Then he came to Feng's side and looked at him, his forehead full of sweat. Feng, you've attracted a large group of enemies over. I know, the void just told me. Yin Nuashing nodded lightly. She waved her right hand, causing hundreds of millions of spell formations to slowly rotate in front of Hui. Energy gathered, overlapped, condensed, compressed, and repeatedly grew. Just the overflowing energy in the center of the spell formations was enough to open up a large hole in the void. I only need to try one attack, just one attack. Back off quickly. When the energy erupts, it's not safe to be beside me. Safe, Hui repeated blankly. He saw Feng Luo tilting his head and looking at him. Feng Luo's faint golden eyes were completely determined, and with some kind of indomitable will to die. Hui was stunned and subconsciously said, Then you take it easy. I'll help you control the field. After saying this, Hui hurriedly ran away. As he charged towards the order domain, he shouted, Everyone, get ready to resist the aftermath of the order attack. Convert all the energy output of the energy towers into defensive power. Cut off your own connection with the void, order, and rules. Don't worry about it. If you want to live, put it all down. Those big guys aren't fighting now. Oh, right, if you have time, take advantage of this time when Feng has attracted all their attention and beat them up. One less piece is one more piece. Boom. The rumbling light of order. The endless majestic light that pierced through the void. Under the illumination of the vast light, Hui suddenly turned his gaze. In front of the sea of light that illuminated the entire void, there were countless small black dots that were densely packed around the light. However, they could not stop the light from spreading out. They were accompanied by a dark energy aura and were fearlessly rushing towards the light like moths darting into a flame. Each of those black dots was a huge manifestation that was more than 1,000,000 miles in size. As for that light, that sea of light, it seemed to have a more destructive impact than all of the manifestations gathered together. On that side of the sea of light, countless brilliant and colorful patterns suddenly appeared. They extended from the edge of the sea of light all the way to the center, as though they were drawing out traces of the flow of energy, and also seemed like traces of energy collapsing. He saw the scene of the vast sea of light collapsing towards the center. The mutually stimulating energies caused a ball of light in his heart to suddenly stop beating. That light. Jing Yan's gaze suddenly froze. Her pupils dilated. F***CK, heavenly god of origin above. Everyone, get ready to resist the energy storm head-on. No, don't prepare. Hurry up and carry the order domain and retreat. He was cursing. It was rare to hear this fellow cursing. However, Hui expressed that he understood this very well. This was because when Jing Yin was cursing, he had already carried the order domain and retreated as fast as he could. He did not care whether this action would affect the manifestations of the abyss death mist. They only knew that if they did not run, they would be sacrificed by their teammates in this void. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. A fierce light flashed across his golden eyes. He looked at the incalculable number of manifestations beside him and in front of his formation array, attempting to destroy him or the formation array. However, no matter how many of them there were, they were unable to remove the outer layer of his barrier. Take this void and your people with you, and die. The vast sea of light suddenly expanded for an instant. The recoil force formed by countless energies caused the gigantic sea of light, which was like tens of thousands of galaxies, to be compressed and condensed towards the center. It turned into the most resplendent new star that was formed in an instant. However, it also collapsed and exploded in an instant. The commotion that caused the void to emit a sound of collapsing caused Hui to turn his head around abruptly. At that glance, he only saw a gigantic halo forged from golden light and an energy ball exploding at the same time. It was just like that dazzling ray of light at the beginning of the Great Origin Realm's creation. Chapter 1691. Someone always told me that the world of order would eventually be destroyed by the impact of chaos. Those black blobs of ink must have been muttering. The void will eventually return to the endless chaos in the middle of the night, just like the era of chaos in front of the void ceiling circle outside Nodro. We looked up while trembling. That vast energy Nova had completely wiped out the void, and it was as clean as, well, it was very clean. He could only see a huge golden ring that looked like a donut. That was probably the residual energy left after the Nova bombarded the void, or some energy phenomenon. Anyway, he scanned the vicinity of the golden ring with his spirit, and all he got was indistinguishable information. The rules of the void had formed a knot around his neck and then tightened. If the void did not intend to kill him, then it could only mean that it was caused by an observer who did not know how to control his strength. Didn't that guy just say, take the void and die together? Obviously, he intended to wipe out the void as well. I think that if Yufeng continues on this path, one day he will wipe out order while dealing with chaos. In the end, it will not be chaos that destroys order, but order itself. Jing Yin listened from the side and sincerely agreed. Look at how clean the void was. Well, that's what it meant. Even the abyssal death, mist spawns, could not be seen. What a pity. I heard some spawns running over from the other nodes, intending to provide support. If Yufeng could hold on a little longer, he might be able to wipe out more spawns. Hui stared at the void that was so clean that the abyssal death mist could not be seen, and sighed. Jing Yuanji listened from the side, and her expression suddenly became a little strange. Lord Hui, listen to the soul message now. What's wrong with the soul message? Hui was slightly stunned, and only then did he realize that he had blocked the soul message in his hurry to defend. Now he calmly opened it, and then, Lord Yufeng has cleared the area. There is no abyssal death mist in the area. Vanguard team, quickly go and observe. They will not retreat. So quickly. The rest of you, quickly clean up the realm of order and prepare the energy towers for the next battle. Logistics can hold it in. We can handle the ordinary energy towers. Who is going to move the origin energy tower from the origin shrine? The stock here is almost. Besides, can't you use the origin energy towers sparingly? Couldn't they just use them to fight the primeval kings? Why do you have to use such precious equipment to defeat those bastards? Because it feels good. Logistics, yes. At and Den. Immediately mobilize half of the power of order into the spiritual temple. Let the dead soldiers recover as soon as possible. Do you see the new recruits? These are the consequences of charging into the Abyss Death Fog Army without thinking at all and imitating Lord Maple's peerless opening. Brand them into my soul and remember them well. Sir, 80% of those who died were new recruits. The remaining 20% were killed in order to save the new recruits. Ah, what are you looking at? Go and fix the Order Realm. Do you think the battle is over? If you're so bored, go help out in the logistics department. Don't just stand there and stare blankly at me. If you're still standing there, I'll empty a node for you and stuff you into it to use as an energy tower. Node damage level is 26%. Not bad. Entering normal repair state. Node 333, reporting to you. Our old friends are hiding in the depths of the void. Oh, they seem to be stunned. Those primeval spawns and primeval life forms are also. They've retreated. The spawns are advancing slowly. Everyone, please pay attention to your defense. We'll leave a monitoring node here and retreat first. Very good. Brothers of Node 333, please come back quickly. Be careful. Elsewhere in the void frontline, report the current situation. One word. No abyss death fog in the area. Hurry up and restore the power of order. Over. Very good. Hui and Jingyin. Oh my god. Did he just wipe out all the abyss death fog spawns that besieged the entire void frontline? They had thought that it was just a normal energy nova unleashed on the frontline. They never thought that the energy nova would be blasted over there through the node's energy transfer. Lord Hui, we've detected the abyss death fog spawns advance, but an Order warrior suddenly leaped out of the void and appeared before them. They're moving very slowly for some reason, and we don't see any signs of them recovering. It's normal that they don't see any signs of recovery. They have ways to recover bit by bit, and they definitely won't do it right under our noses. Hui waved his hand. As for the slow march, phew, I don't know what they're doing, but we've managed to buy some time to recover. Jingyin stroked his chin and muttered to himself. His gaze flickered as he stared at the depths of the void, facing the abyss death fog from afar. The low pressure around him told everyone that he did not feel relaxed at all, and Hui was taken aback as well. Do you still feel that something's not right? Jingyin looked at him and nodded. I feel uneasy. The last time this feeling was so strong. I heard the news that the Origin God had fallen at the center of the battlefield. This time, he let out a long sigh. I still don't know what's going to happen. I'll have the Origin Sanctum come out and use it as a bridgehead for the node and strengthen the defenses here as much as possible. You guys think of a way to maximize the power of Node Zero. Everyone looked at each other before nodding. They then scattered around the node city to adjust the realm of order and energy of order. Huey's gaze flickered. I'll go check on Maple. All right, I'll adjust Origin. The two of them were suddenly startled. Everyone who was still here turned their heads to look at the huge beam of light that pierced through the void. The golden beam of light was still increasing in power. Moreover, its aura, its energy was already the presence of origin and chaos. The young man is slowly using the power of first light. Jing Yun's expression was somber. Hui, who was about to jump out, was stunned. That attack just now doesn't count? That's just a rather powerful attack that the little brother unleashed after going through a transformation similar to metamorphosis after the primal chaos and first light evolved. He should be gradually understanding his current situation. It's stronger. Huey's cheeks flushed. That attack, just now aside, if he had used all his power to increase his defenses, he would probably only be able to barely withstand it. He would be in a very sorry state after that. Don't go over yet. The young man seems to be. The golden donut-like ring that was left in the void suddenly shrank and turned into a cluster of golden starlight. After a few violent tremors, it condensed into a super-condensed giant star that hung high in the void. It was like a real sun, releasing endless power of order in all directions. Jing Yan's eyebrows twitched. She waved her hand and gave the order. Open the energy field that can resist the impact of order. Just do it on a small scale. The target of that beam of light is not here. It only has a weak effect. Just don't let the light shine on you for too long. Siyu tilted her head in confusion. Will I get tanned? Everyone was speechless. That was definitely not what she meant. It was supposed to be a very serious topic. However, it was broken by this girl's words. Jing Yin could not help but smile bitterly. She shook her head and said, "That is the first light. It contains the energy of order and chaos at the same time. Even if we are all order, under the long-term illumination of that beam of light, order will be eroded by order, replaced by an even more powerful force," Hui said casually. All of a sudden, the void region here shook violently, causing them to shift their attention. What they saw was a distortion in the void. Even the huge golden star twisted and flickered for a moment. A moment later, the void was like a piece of broken glass that was suddenly covered with countless cracks. The next moment, the void suddenly exploded. The energy mixed with order and chaos, along with the aura of nothingness, surged into the void. The golden star began to roll violently. The unprecedented energy reaction instantly caused the order domain of Node 0 to tremble. The golden star rolled over and over. Huge waves of millions of miles high rolled up on its surface. It was as if the giant star was erupting. However, what it was erupting was not a pure energy beam. Instead, it was a huge array that was almost crystallized. Beside the array, there were countless arrays of different sizes. It was like the gate of a fortress was opened. A general was leading a large number of soldiers out to meet the enemy. The colorful arrays, weaved by the origin runes and the divine language of the first generation, condensed into several huge energy rings on the orbit of the giant star. Layers of energy fields and energy barriers wrapped around it into an indestructible fortress. After that, it slowly moved into the depths of the void, towards the direction of the abyssal death shroud. This scene was transmitted to the entire front line by the nodes of the void. Jing Yin felt that even the abyssal death shroud must have seen this scene. The giant star's posture was definitely suffocating, especially when it was formed by countless order and rule energies and the energy of the first light as its core. It was definitely not as simple as a normal energy ball. It also brought thousands of soldiers with it. Those were all armed to the fingernails. It was a mobile war fortress. It was almost equivalent to the little brother's own clone. No matter how I look at it, Maple seems to be ready to risk his life. We looked distressed. He had been looking at Maple through the layer of light. The latter had dyed himself colorful, and his whole body was shining with golden light. He was like a statue placed in the square. We had only seen that determined expression on his face a few times. The first time was when Long Sky's army came to the divine world, and the Void's front line was in a state of emergency. The second time was when he wanted to have a face-to-face confrontation with the demon shadow. The last time was this time. Every time he put on this kind of expression, as if everything in the Void was nothingness, and only his body was moving forward, we knew that something big was going to happen. He did not know if the abyssal death shroud was so agitated that they were trembling. However, he knew that the other side was also unusually agitated. The originally slow march had a considerable number of manifestations that could not hold back the overly rich order power and were ready to charge over to fight Maple. All of them were moving at full speed. They began to charge halfway. Streaks of chaos energy came from across the void, pouring endless attacks on the behemoth. The abyssal death shroud manifestations from almost 100 nodes nearby are all coming this way. Jing Yin could not help wiping her sweat as she read the information that was sent to her through soul communication. Regardless of whether the lad already knows anything, we should be prepared here. Fortunately, we have taken precautions and had the Temple of Origin enter combat mode first. Let's get all the nodes of the order domain in position first. This time, the lad is planning to advance first. Boom! The vast order energy impact that shook the void exploded. The entire void reverberated with the rumbling of order. Even from a short distance away, One could feel their soul and body shuddering unnaturally. The huge star that was accompanied by countless energy circles hummed in unison. Massive amounts of order energy, along with the presence of nothingness, rushed into the depths of the void in an instant. The abyssal death, shroud, manifestations, and the countless chaos blasts that were charging at them were reduced to ashes before they could even reach the distance where they needed to be on guard. Jing Yin smiled bitterly. Advance! Attack! All right. The lad has already started the fight. Let's continue to regroup and charge once we're done. The army of abyssal death, shroud manifestations, was also swarming towards them. At first, it was just scattered soldiers that were charging towards them while gathering along the way. Later, the huge chaos constructs that they had seen at the start appeared from the abyssal death, shroud behind them. After a few void leaps, they stood right in front of the huge star. When the two met, the constructs were as small as peanuts, and it was obvious who had the upper hand. A single beam of light swept across them, and not even dust was left behind. That thing is really powerful. Watching the commotion in the void from a distance, we couldn't help but praise. He grinned. Each of those chaos structures was composed of billions and billions of chaos structures. Yet they were destroyed by a beam of light as soon as they appeared. What a suicidal move! The commander over there is getting anxious. With such a huge thing suddenly charging at them, and the lad suddenly clearing the area, it would be strange if they were not. Jing Yun tidied up the Temple of Origin that came forward while following Hui and the others. Let's go. Continue to beat them up. All of you back off. Just stay at the back. Don't come forward. Just as they were about to rush forward to support one of the guys in the lead, a voice suddenly sounded in their minds, and they were all stunned. They turned to look at the beam of light. Yun Nuashing nodded at them, and then stared indifferently at the depths of the void. Her spirit commanded the Star Fortress to charge into the depths of the void. Oh, Feng's expression. This can be considered the highest level of state. Hui wiped his forehead. I suggest you say your last words first. Everyone, just as Hui, Jingyin, and the others were about to move forward a little and stay close to the rear, their expressions suddenly changed. In the void, the chaos and destructive presence suddenly descended once again. The abyssal death shroud that filled the entire void was once again approaching that distance, but judging from their slow-moving manner just now, they should not have reached here so quickly. Along with the gray energy, countless dark shadows broke free from the void and rapidly condensed into colossal bodies in the region, turning into distorted things that would make one's scalp tingle, stomach churn, and dizziness at a single glance. There were countless chaos constructs piled together, strange creatures that did not resemble humans from head to toe and only had the body of a human. There were also abyssal death shroud spawns that were spewing gray energy smoke. Moreover, the presence of chaos over their bodies was even more concentrated. Compared to the abyssal death shroud spawns that were repelled just now, the presence of chaos that appeared now was even more concentrated. They had long surpassed the domain of divine death, and if one were to take it as a trend, the abyssal death shroud spawns appeared to be evolving towards the peak of chaos order little by little. The chaos order is even more concentrated. Their order is almost approaching the order of the chaos void, and the degree of flesh and blood of the abyssal death shroud spawns also seems to be much closer. Jing Yan's expression was somber as she waved her hand, allowing the Origin Temple to open a domain that contained origin energy that was more powerful than ordinary order domains. There's no telling if this ancient temple can still hold up. When they evolve to the end, the Origin God's creations will be fine. Hui breathed a long sigh and waved his hand. Apart from the Origin Energy Tower, attack the other energy towers as you wish. Everyone, hold your ground in the order domain and attack where you are. The torrents of order that accompanied the eruption of the golden star drew ripples in the void, reflecting the radiance of the void. Countless energy torrents cut through the void and rushed towards the abyssal death shroud spawns that were continuously surging towards them from afar, as well as the army of spawns that did not seem to be quite right. Yun Nuashing also saw that army of spawns. Her expression remained calm, and she did not move at all. She merely waved her hand casually and gathered the energy, causing the magic circle to spin. That golden star also suddenly expanded a little. After that, countless energy rumbled as it attacked the army of spawns that had suddenly appeared in front of them. Hui and the others also stared at this attack. As that vast and mighty energy light burst forth, it rushed towards that army in an instant. Then their expressions suddenly froze. Bang! A huge dark energy barrier completely blocked that surging ocean-like energy. The countless energy that followed behind it also collapsed in front of that dark and chaotic barrier. Because of this, that golden star also stopped moving forward. Yun Nuashing slowly raised her eyes and stared at the void. Her pale, golden pupils slightly shrank. Oh my, so noisy, treating our tool as a toy and turning the world upside down. A huge storm suddenly condensed in the abyssal death shroud. A vast aura with the taste of order suddenly spread out from it, causing Hui and Jingyin to suddenly widen their eyes. Their breathing stopped. This aura, this imposing manner that was as vast as the might of the heavens, because of the arrival of this imposing manner, the golden light of order that had swept through the void suddenly shrank its encroaching territory and shrank back to the side of the golden star. In that abyssal death shroud, Yun Nuashing easily found the place where the storm seemed to converge. A vast and mighty surge of energy that could not be recognized with this world's knowledge spread out from that place, suppressing all the power of order that they had condensed. However, it had no way to fight against the origin energy, so it could only suppress it. It could not directly use this imposing manner to defeat them. Oh, such impatient little fellows! Wouldn't it be great if you obediently sat where you should be and waited for us to arrive slowly? Why did you have to be so impatient to deliver yourself to us? The storm that had condensed and formed suddenly dissipated. Because of this, the light of the golden star also dimmed a little. After retreating a little distance, we also hurriedly propped up the guardian barrier and led the others to retreat. His face was as calm as water. That aura, that energy, could it be high-level primeval? The faint voice was like thunder, causing everyone to shudder violently. They turned around to look at Jingyin, who was speaking. He stared at the unusually conspicuous figure with the aura of order that suddenly appeared in the abyssal death shroud with his hands behind his back. He let out a long sigh. In the end, a life of this level has been left behind. Although we have been vigilant of the arrival of this day, I did not expect that they still. Are you planning to come out and clear the place? We have our own way to deal with it. Jingyin let out a low laugh. However, the success rate is still unknown. The figure that was accompanied by the gathering storm appeared in front of the army of the abyssal death shroud. He walked out of the army as if he was taking a stroll. He raised his head and let the golden sunlight fall on his face. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This light, it's him. I've seen him once before. Huey's eyes suddenly focused. The primeval heavenly god who came out and stopped our attack last time. That was just his divine clone. This time his real body has come. Jingyin flicked his sleeve. All origin energy towers, get ready. Fuse with the energy of the origin sanctum and find a way to shake his divine domain and divine right domain for a moment. Then Yun Nuashing stared at the figure and breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, the sneaky fellow who has been hiding in the back. Hui and the others were stunned. You already knew? I had a feeling, but I've just confirmed it. Yun Nuashing nodded. Just as Jingyin felt that something was wrong, he also felt an unusual aura from the abyssal death shroud when he overlooked the entire void battlefield. So, I'm trying to drive it back or force it out. Don't tell me you've already thought of a way to deal with it. You can't possibly kill a high-level primeval, can you? Hui could not help but smile bitterly, although he was praying that, just look at the people beside him. They were barely not falling because of the origin sanctum and the origin energy. That was a genuine high-level, primeval god, standing in front of them like a mountain. How could they fight it? Right? No wonder Jingyin wanted them to use the power of the divine realm. But even with that power, Hui sighed and turned around as he thought about that. And then froze, he saw it again. He saw Maple's resolute determination that would not compromise with anything in the world and would not back down. Ants of the world of order. The young man suddenly opened his arms wide and looked at them. His chuckling voice echoed throughout the entire order void. Even if you don't have the same level of power, I will still allow you to speak on the same level. Submit or die, this is the only time Yin Nuashing slowly took out the pendant hidden under his lapel. A ray of light surged into the pendant along his soul, and then he threw it hard into Jing Yuanji's hand. The latter was stunned. Lord Maple? Yun Nuashing looked straight at the figure. Everyone in Node 0, listen up. Execute the 9th plan. Chapter 1692. The message that suddenly reverberated in the order void was a rule impact similar to a torrent of information. The target of the message was all sentient targets in the order void. At that moment, everyone heard what the young man said, and in their minds, the scene of the confrontation between the void front line and the army of manifestations appeared. However, other than the people in the void front line and the frontline world, 90% of the people in the order void probably did not know what the sudden message and scene meant. By the time they found out, it would probably be too late. The army of manifestations stopped their attacks after the young man appeared. They stood quietly in the void, continuously allowing the manifestations to condense and gather. In addition to what he said just now, we felt that he was frantically stacking his chips so that the people in the order void would lose the courage to resist and obediently surrender when they saw the horrifying scene of the enemy at their doorstep. Surrender, They had long forgotten about this option many years ago. It was just a high-level primeval god. Losing half of the world of the gods and half of the order void was not impossible for him to spiral into the sky. The price, it did not matter. They were still standing here, so they could only continue to fight. Even if the order void was defeated, they would not linger on at death's door. All members of Node 0, execute Plan 9. Just as Hui was thinking this, and Jingyin was about to take charge of the overall situation, a voice startled both of them. They turned to look at each other at the same time and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Then they turned to look at Jing Yuanji and saw that she was holding Yun Nuashing's pendant that was always on her body. Her beautiful face was also blank and helpless. They had never heard of any Plan 9. This execution was great. No, it was because they did not know, so they did not need to execute it? Was that what it meant? In other words, only some people knew about it? Hui reacted abruptly. His gaze rushed into the realm of order, and he happened to see the scene that was happening in the realm. Some of the celestial realm warriors and the other warriors of order suddenly took off the symbol on their body and handed it to the people behind them. Some of them threw their cloaks and windbreakers to the newcomers. They handed over the items that represented them and the control of the nodes of the realm of order to the newcomers. It seemed like the new and old personnel were handing over their duties. They seemed to have been prepared and expected this. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. After that, under the astonished and puzzled gazes of countless people, they walked forward without hesitation. They left the realm of order and stood in the void facing the golden star. The sunlight cast long shadows on their backs in the void. Thump! The golden star in the void surged again. The 3 layers of magic circles that surrounded it all retracted their light and disappeared in the void. The unprecedentedly huge volume surged violently. The pillar of fire pillar that was 1,000,000 miles high in the primeval god suppression only dimmed its light. Now, it once again projected the endless light of order to the entire void. It seems that you don't intend to give up. The young man put his hands behind his back and stared at the violently surging golden star with a smile that did not look like a smile. But is it really okay? Are you trying to replace all the life in the order domain? Resisting to the end sounds heroic. Unfortunately, the price you have to pay after that is not something you can bear. Are you planning to lead the entire order domain to destruction? The power that we have is enough to cleanse the entire order domain countless times. If we want to, we can push our army to the center of the order domain in just one day. The power that you speak of is nothing but a defective product that you use to deceive yourselves. The golden star responded with an even more violent surge of energy. The surface of the star stirred up a monstrous energy storm that was millions of miles high. Energy torrents that were tens of millions of miles high shot out into rings on the surface of the star. After that, the torrents rushed into the interior of the star and gushed out again with an intensity that was hundreds of times stronger than before. The size of the entire star began to slowly expand because of its violent activity. At the core of the star, the unprecedentedly powerful energy of order, rule, and origin flickered as if it was breathing. Every time the light expanded and contracted, the energy reaction of the entire star would become dozens of times stronger. The void in this part of the void was distorted on a large scale because of this uncontrollable energy activity. Wherever the light shone, even the void behind the army of manifestations would be destroyed by the spread of unstable energy. The void began to tremble and become unstable. Boom! A golden sacred light that was hundreds of millions of miles wide suddenly descended from the void along with an aura that made the entire world of order feel uncomfortable. The aura of the origin of chaos and the origin of order mixed and intertwined as it was projected in the void, causing the people from both the world of order and the underworld to tremble. That ray of light, no matter if it belonged to order or chaos, there was no way for them to adapt to the aura that came from that ray of light. The origin of chaos. The young man's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, it became a little gloomier. Even the fake smile on his face was restrained. That should have been something that belongs to us. I didn't expect that we would be one step too late and that you guys would beat us to it. Do you think that the realm of the gods is already in your pocket? Does that also mean that you think that the order domain should belong to you right now? Yun Nuashing's figure, accompanied by the origin of light, appeared at the side of the golden sun. Beside her were thousands of order warriors that had gathered from the order domain. What's wrong with that? The young man spread out his hands and laughed coldly. Compared to you latecomers who have survived in the realm of the gods, we are much more orthodox. You guys are just turtle doves that have taken over the magpie's nest when we left. However, we don't blame you. The ignorant are innocent. After all, we belong to order as well. More or less, we need to take care of the latecomers. So, I'll have to trouble you guys to not cause us any trouble. Just stand there obediently and wait for everything to end. Survive? Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. You are worthy of being called order. The golden star expanded and pulsed. It was becoming more and more violent under the illumination of the origin of light. Even though it was such a huge body, one could clearly see that there were traces of tremors on its edge. It was hard to imagine what kind of earthquake one would feel if they were to be on the giant star themselves. The warriors of order were immersed in the origin of light. Their bodies had become cast in light. The golden patterns that were tainted with a dark aura climbed up their bodies, little by little. This was the first time they had personally felt the aura that originated from the grand primordial realm. They were only immersed in this state for a short while before they waved their hands and took out energy towers, one after another. They casually placed them on the ground without any pattern. The energy towers that were obviously unusual in structure had already released an aura that made everyone feel uneasy. What made both sides even more shocked was that the bodies of the Order warriors suddenly ignited in flames. Their bodies rapidly condensed into a huge energy crystal in the origin of light and was placed on the top of the energy tower to act as the energy core. Along with the pulsation of the origin of light and the golden star, The energy radiance that could penetrate the void was released. What the hell is Maple doing? Hui was dumbfounded. At this moment, he really did not know what Maple was going to do. No, I have to go and see. That guy even sent a soul message. The realm of order suddenly trembled, causing Hui to lose his balance and miss the opportunity to rush out. Everyone was also shocked. They thought that they were attacked and subconsciously controlled the nodes to put up a defense. But when they steadied themselves, they saw that they were not attacked. It was Jing Yuanji who controlled the realm of order and took them away at full speed. The golden star and the light that penetrated the void shrank rapidly in their sight. Even the figure gradually disappeared as it was covered by the light. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly? Hui quickly shouted at Jing Yuanji as soon as he steadied himself. The latter's bewildered expression stunned him again. It was not that she did not know what was happening now. She knew. She just did not know how to face what was about to happen. You know what Maple is going to do, right? Jing Yuanji lowered her head. She gripped the pendant in her hand so tightly that her palm hurt. Under Hui Darren's intense gaze, she gritted her teeth and replied, Lord Feng repeatedly instructed me not to tell you. The pendant suddenly lit up with golden light. A sacred figure with a wingspan of 3 or 4 meters slowly descended with faint whispers. Under their stunned gazes, she slowly walked to the edge of the realm of order. Her jade-like hand gently touched the barrier and looked into the void. There was no way to see the figure with eyes. The golden Mei Mao looked at her with a feeling of farewell. She slowly closed her eyes. The gentle whispers hovering around her also became a soft chant accompanied by the wind. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang came to the side of the little angel and gently knelt down. They put their palms together. They all knew that this day would come, but there was no way to stop it, and they could not stop it. Even you, he even threw out the spiritual world. What does this mean? Can you stop talking in riddles? What the hell is he doing? Hui was so anxious that he almost became irritable. He could not help but jump on the spot. But suddenly he stopped. A feeling that came from the heart stunned everyone who had been confused from the beginning. Maple? Hui suddenly stopped and turned his head in a daze. It was so far away that there was only a ray of golden light left. He felt a gaze coming from there. When he looked back, everyone could feel that there was a will that transcended control looking at them. He could feel that it was Maple looking at them. The realm of order will be handed over to you. Hui was completely stunned. He understood. That resolute expression that repeatedly appeared. He understood why that fellow would show such an expression. What was about to happen at this moment was the best explanation. Thump! Even though they were far away, the pulsation of the star and the primordial light still made everyone's heart beat with them. The violent pulsation made everyone feel a strong sense of discomfort. Under the flickering of the endless pulse of order and the primordial light, a faint layer of barrier that looked like thin golden clouds suddenly appeared in the area they had left. In just a flash, the layer of barrier was suddenly sealed by the light. The void has been separated conceptually. Jing Yin suddenly jumped in front of the barrier and widened his eyes. From the words just now, he knew that the little brother must be doing something to destroy the void. But it was not until now that he could roughly guess. He has separated the void. He has been using that power to guide this void region from the beginning. Seal. He wants to guide the void turbulence, just like what the primordial heavenly God did. He wants to completely crush the entire void region into its original state, and not even a powder will be left. That high-level primordial. Hui was still in a daze. After knowing what Maple wanted to do, he was a little stunned. However, they wouldn't continue to be immersed in the meaningless why. He had chosen to do this, and he had his reasons. He said that he wanted to hand over the void of order to them. Then, before he returned safely, they had to guard this world of order to their deaths. Now was not the time to be negative. guide the void turbulence. Can he do it to this extent? Hui walked to the edge and stared at the layer of golden barrier that was gradually becoming chaotic. From his senses, he could no longer sense the void in front of him. They could not sense it. Based on the judgment of the naked eye, they could only see it with the support of divinity and divine right. But even if they turned back now, they would not be able to touch that layer of barrier. When they left, the void on the other side had become an independent domain in the void. In the past, the little brother could not do it, even with the primordial energy and the primordial law. But now, the little brother has the primordial light. Even if he can't perform a large-scale void turbulence in the entire void region, he can still make a region of the void region. Jing Yan's eyes flashed. After a moment, she suddenly froze. I understand. I understand what the little brother wants to do. He waved his hand fiercely, and the realm of order suddenly froze in place. All energy towers enter the state of overload. Follow my command and pour all your energy into that void. The little brother has been using the primordial light and that star to guide the upheaval of the void, condensing and compressing the laws and order into that void. That is not the real void turbulence. It is just an imitation. Compared to guiding the void spontaneously to return to zero, what he is doing is more like disintegrating and destroying everything in the void on a higher level. Even if it is not the real void turbulence, it is not that far off. But that void has been completely dismantled in terms of concept and laws. Hui quickly prepared the energy towers. As he prepared, he said, even if we pour more energy, we can't. No, we don't need to touch it. Jing Yunyan shook her head. Hui was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. Feng only needs to feel the energy. Because he is guiding it, he wanted to sacrifice his body and drag that high-level premier to be buried in that void. Hui slapped his palm on the realm of order, causing the energy flowing in the entire realm of order to expand by hundreds of times, crazily seizing the energy of the void. Pour the power of order over. Feng, he needs the help of this power. Billions of energy torrents passed by. When they came into contact with the golden barrier, they disappeared in an instant, as if there was a huge devourer that could swallow everything in the void. The young man kept looking at Yun Nuashing and the golden star. A big guy that could continue to make the energy flow crazily under his pressure did indeed make him a little interested. That was probably the result of the influence of the primordial light, but he frowned. Although he had been staring at the guy standing in the light, he had no idea what that guy was planning to do. He just vaguely felt a little uneasy in his heart. It's about time for you to think. The young man flicked his sleeves lightly. Your companions have all left, leaving you here alone. Why? Do you still want to continue to resist? Resist? No, no, no. Yun Nuashing's closed eyes slowly opened. Her golden and gray eyes flashed with a deep madness and determination that was deeply imprinted in the void. I don't need to resist. What I want to do has never changed. A touch of ferociousness and madness suddenly surged on her beautiful face. The mark of origin that was branded on her body crazily grew in the primordial light, covering her entire body and finally taking root in the light. Yun Nuashing suddenly opened her right hand, squeezed her palm into a claw, and dug into her heart with one hand. She took out a star system that was the size of a head and placed in a glass ball from her heart. She raised it high above her head, and an indescribable wave of energy instantly spread throughout the entire void that had been severed. It's just to kill you, filthy maggots. The sudden surge of energy caused the young man's expression to change dramatically. He looked around and his eyes suddenly froze. The uneasiness in his heart made his expression a little vigilant. It's meaningless to sever the void. This will also be your cage. What do you want to do? Release all energy, all divine, right? Divinity, divine soul order. Condense everything in this place into one point. Yun Nuashing let out a soft groan. The two kinds of light of order that surged and collided in her eyes made her look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. a pair of colorful cloud wings condensed behind her back. The thousands of energy towers that were under her control burst out colorful energy beams that were no weaker than the golden light in the primordial light. They all gathered above her and merged into the primordial light, merging into the glass ball. It can completely crush your divine soul, my divine soul, and all the imprints that have been branded in this world into ashes. The young man's expression finally became a little unsightly for the first time. He could already feel all the auras that were emitted from this sealed void that made one's heart flutter. The place that the star shone included this completely sealed void. An indescribable will, a will that was of a higher level than his, had descended into this void. Hostility came from countless directions. The crazy will to kill was pointing all the spearheads at him and the countless manifestations behind him, wanting to tear them into pieces. The void began to flicker, just like when one's head was congested to the point of seeing stars. Cross-shaped golden stars appeared all around this sealed void. This was a strange phenomenon that appeared when the overly powerful destructive energy had condensed in a narrow place and exceeded the limit that space could withstand. It was the precursor of collapse. The accumulated energy in this void, all the energy including the boiling sea of time and the primordial realms barrier that was beginning to squeeze itself into energy, were squeezing out all the energy and pointing all the spearheads in the direction where he stood. Not long after, when all the energy in this void exploded, it would all pour onto him without any waste, including the beam of light that was violent enough to shatter the primordial realm. "You're really a lunatic." The young man's expression suddenly became a little ferocious. "You're an idiot who doesn't know what's good for you. I've already given you 2 chances, but you're still so stubborn. Then you can go to hell." Boom! The destructive energy that violently struck the initial light caused Yun Nuashing to slightly shift her gaze. She saw the young man's figure suddenly appear outside the initial light. His entire body was brimming with a boiling high-level Yuanshi aura. A wisp of extremely violent and enormous destructive energy was slowly dissipating, indicating that he had just launched a powerful attack. The destructive energy that stood on all levels of the void could not even scratch the outermost light wall of the initial light. It only made a slightly noisier sound. However, compared to all the sounds that filled the void at this moment, it was insignificant. How could it be? The young man's attack did not do anything. He was stunned with his eyes wide open. The next moment, he pulled out a silver machete and turned around to stab the light wall with the blade. The energy in his body was boiling just like the void at this moment. It belonged to the energy that the high-level Yuanshi could not analyze. The incomprehensible divinity and the power of rules were wantonly leaking in front of him. Looking at his ferocious and crazy expression, Yun Nuashing could not help but take a few more glances. Suddenly, she wanted to laugh out loud. That faint and pretentious smile looked really irritating. This is more appropriate. There are countless surging energies of the Yuanshi realm here. If it were any other time, I would be very interested in studying it. The energy of the Yuanshi realm is different from that of Hui. Its divinity and rules. Unfortunately, this is not the right time. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What do you have? What do you have? What do you have to have this power? You're just an ant. You're just an ant. You're just a lowly ant born in the post-era. The young man madly used countless means to try to shake the light wall. The army of manifestations behind him also rushed up like crazy, trying to shake the light beam that illuminated the void. Primal chaos, light of origin, the meaning contained within this ray of light, everything it represents, everything that is fused into my body right now. It is a concept and law that none of you can understand. How could you possibly break the meaning it represents? Yun Nuashing laughed savagely. His distorted face was completely covered by the runes and light of the 2 kinds of order. Even his body was about to melt into this light beam. The glass ball in his hand exploded and turned into a vast galaxy. It slowly descended from above the void with him as the center. It was the same size as the gigantic golden star. The moment the two energies came into contact with each other, the void was ignited in an instant. His body also began to melt because of this. First, it was his arms and legs. Then it was his body, soul, spirit, and everything else. Before his body completely melted, he stared at the young man who was still crazily beating the light of primordial chaos and the army of manifestations behind him. Suddenly he sneered. Compared to Qing-Chi, you really don't know how to be humorous at all. This splendid fireworks should be watched attentively. After all, this is the only time, haha. Qing-Chi. The young man's eyes suddenly focused. He stared at Yun Nuoxing, who only had 1/3 of his upper body left. His pupils suddenly shrank. It's you, no? Impossible. A lowly ant born in the post-era. How is this possible? Say whatever you want. It doesn't matter anymore. Yun Nuoxing raised his head. He felt the existence of his body melting away bit by bit. He watched as his own opinions disappeared and melted away. Fall together with me, into the void! The light that had sunk into complete boiling drowned out the entire sealed void. Everything in this void collapsed in an instant. All the energy fell towards that one single point. The endless light swallowed everything in sight. Everything that could be seen in the scene disappeared. It was just a pity that he had no way of watching this splendid fireworks. Vast and mighty energy, flashes suddenly bloomed in the distant void. The incomparably splendid energy, flashes indicated that there was an indescribable super-energy, star blooming in the distant void. When the light was at its brightest, a wave of vibrating energy that carried countless energy impacts and countless information suddenly swept across the void. Like a huge energy halo, everything that it swept across and touched was brought into the range of its influence. At the same time, in the realm of order that had stopped pouring out energy, Hui stared fixedly at the blooming of the new energy star. His eyes were reflected into a golden color by the light that crossed the void. He clenched his teeth tightly to prevent his rigid face from changing. However, he could not stop the drop of tears that was engraved with monstrous hatred from sliding down. Only this once, that ray of starlight that remained in his heart, suddenly extinguished. Everyone at the front line of the void could feel that a large part of their souls seemed to be empty. The feeling of emptiness caused everyone to become sluggish. It was as if they had seen with their own eyes that star of enlightenment fall from the void. Chapter 1693. Coordinate void, completely silent. Reaction between order and chaos, 0. Residual energy waves will completely dissipate in 10 minutes. Void and nothingness have been damaged. It will not be able to repair itself for a very long time in the future. The army of manifestations has disappeared. The high-level primeval aura of the underworld has been annihilated. Residual soul energy in target void, 0. Void? No, this place has entered another state. A blank state that we can't analyze or understand. It's probably the primordial that Lord Observer mentioned before. It's the true appearance of the great primordial realm. Even nothingness has been crushed and destroyed as a concept. Residual energy is rapidly dissipating here. Only origin energy remains, unable to resonate with origin energy. Continue searching. Soul transmission, no aura at all, no trace of Lord Observer. Even his energy imprint, expanding search area. Heading to the deeper void, reporting. The army of manifestations in the deeper void is slowly approaching. It's estimated that they will come into contact with us in 2 hours. The manifestations in other nodes have not moved. This is the realm of the gods. Observing the conceptual layer of order, slight disturbance. Reporting to Lord Hui. Lord Maple's imprint has dimmed. Soul transmission continuing to call out to the entire void, awaiting response. This is the Temple of Souls at Node 0. The soul imprints of the warriors who fought with Lord Maple are undamaged. They are waiting to be resurrected. Also, Lord Maple's soul imprint has disappeared. Please explain. Continued searching. Even if it's just a ripple of law, find it for me. That bastard definitely won't so easily. The little angel looked back at Hui and the others who were running around in the void like headless flies, digging 3 feet into the ground to look for them. After a while, she slowly withdrew her gaze, and the golden light in her eyes dimmed slightly. After standing still for a long time, she lifted her feet and walked further into the void. The divine energy on her body rippled into the void. Gradually, even the wisp of golden divine energy carried a faint, dark, and scarlet mark. Sister! Yuan Kong sensed that something was wrong with her aura and hurriedly ran over from the void. Before landing in front of the little angel, he quickly used his sleeve to wipe the corner of his eyes. Only then did he hurriedly say, "Don't go any further. Our aura will be, I know, but it's not responding." The little angel unfolded the pendant in her hand. It was dull, cold, and silent. Then she slowly took a deep breath. Her expression was a little sluggish. "Let's move forward. Look again!" But before Yuan Kong finished speaking, a beautiful figure with a frosty aura quietly appeared beside him. Shuang Luo looked at the former and reached out to pat her head. She said softly, "I'll accompany Ming to find Xing." "No problem. You go over there and take a look." As soon as Frost's voice fell, she floated to the side of the little angel and reached out to hold her arm. She released the breath of the original life, covering the breath of the abyss death mist that was slightly leaking from her body. Seeing this, Yuan Kong was stunned. Sigh. Yuan Kong sighed deeply. As she turned around, she muttered, "Big idiot, big idiot. You're really a big idiot. The whole world is looking for you. Now you're happy." As she muttered, her eyes suddenly turned to look at the light blue figure on the other side. Jing Yuanji. She was also constantly searching in various places in the void. Her expression still looked a little depressed, but it was much better than when she first saw the golden light shining in the void. At least she came back to her senses. Impossible. That guy is so smart. This kind of brainless rush up and set off fireworks without leaving anything behind is definitely not his style. Hui Jun's face was filled with malevolence and sorrow. His right hand that was surging with golden light smashed into the void. He knew that Maple had his reasons for doing this. Whether it was to eliminate this guy who suddenly appeared and was a major threat to the Order of the Void, or to eliminate the other party's aura, or to intimidate him, it was not a problem. But he would never die without a word. There must be something left behind. It must be in this void. There must be a way to find it. After witnessing the vast scale of the void with her own eyes and seeing Hui Jun fall into such a crazy state, Jing Yin could not help but sigh. Little brother, there was only an hour left. The army of manifestations, this army of manifestations that was missing a corner, had all disappeared from the abyss death mist in the surrounding 20 nodes. At this moment, they were marching again, slowly approaching this place, the limit of 1 for 1. Was it worth it to take the life of the high-level heavenly god of the underworld? Perhaps it was worth it. At least from a procedural point of view, it was indeed worth it. They also had other ways to deal with the high-level heavenly god, but the price they had to pay was extremely heavy. It might even cut off a considerable part of the growth of the Order world. Their days in the future would only be more difficult, and the effect achieved might not be as good as what Little Brother had done. Yes, that was the case from a procedural point of view, but from a logical point of view, Jingyin sighed and looked at the others. All the warriors of Order at Node 0 were now looking gloomily in the void, not saying a word. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and even the activity in the void had weakened. They were suppressing the anger in their hearts, an extremely huge amount of anger. Once it was released, it was estimated that, no, not just Node 0. At this moment, the Order void was completely silent. After this calamity, the Order world had undergone a huge change. Whether it was good or bad, This point might be clearer to the people of the divine realm. There was a gap in their hearts, and it was empty. You've passed away just like that? No, the next life, there's still the next life to speak of. But how should we deal with it now, little brother? Jing Yun sighed deeply. One of the stars and the light that guarded the order world had fallen just like that. There would be a day when it would return, but no one knew how long it would take. Deal with it? Yes, we can still deal with it. Hui, who had a ferocious look on his face, suddenly paused. His eyes flashed wildly, and the divine power that spread out from his body suddenly dissipated and retracted into his body. After a moment of closing his eyes, a pure white strange energy suddenly burst out from his body and rushed into the void. There's still a way, the connection of the two priesthoods, the karma of the two priesthoods. We can use this to trace, even if it's just countless meaningless fragments that are about to be washed away by the void. Please, Feng, hear my voice. The invisible, pure, white energy swept across the void, and everyone seemed to feel something. They quickly activated the senses of their souls to the maximum and went deep into every corner of the void to capture the countless fragments of information that were about to be completely disintegrated by this place. The heavy void seemed to contain something in it. They seemed to be able to touch it, and they seemed to be able to feel it. However, there was always a slight gap, and there was a feeling of something missing. They tried their best to reach out, but they still could not reach it. Buzz! The pure, white, strange wave completely swept across the void that had been reduced to zero. The body of the little angel, who had walked to the edge, suddenly trembled, and the pendant in her hand instantly released a faint purple light that was as weak as a firefly. Weak, so weak that it was difficult to see even in the dark night. This aura. Hui was also suddenly stunned. The energy wave that was released through the two priesthoods suddenly changed direction uncontrollably. An energy that had already spread out suddenly changed direction, gathered from all directions of the source void, and poured into the pendant in the hands of the little angel. This is... Hui's figure suddenly flashed and rushed to the front of the little angel. Jing Yuanji and the others also felt the weak but very familiar aura and gathered around. They all stared at the pendant that was glowing in the little angel's hand for a while. The energy of the two priesthoods seemed to have touched something when it swept across the void. Jing Yun hurriedly walked forward and looked at the purple-red pendant. Her eyes flickered. But did the little brother ever tell you what was in the pendant? For example, the soul of the origin? The little angel shook her head slightly. She knew what he knew, and so did she. At least, she should know about this kind of thing. However, he did not leave any memory about it, and she did not know about this kind of information. The atmosphere suddenly turned from stifling to even more silent. Everyone stared at the shimmering pendant in her hand. They wanted to touch it, but they didn't dare to reach out. They were afraid that a casual touch would completely crush the hope they had. They wanted to reach out, but they were worried. Feng Qinghuang saw that everyone was silent. She raised her eyes and looked at the little angel. The little angel also raised her head and looked at the pair of pink eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. She nodded slightly and reached out to touch the pendant. The purplish-red pendant emitted a light that was not too strong, causing everyone to turn their gazes away. They put away the uneasiness in their hearts and stared at the light. They watched as it changed in the void, slowly converging into a transparent, pure white, transparent figure. It was him. It was the person in their memories. In their memories, he had the appearance of the person with the long hair. Memory image. It is a memory image that is saved in advance. It is used to record oral instructions and information. Jing Yin reminded them, causing the people who had been pleasantly surprised for a moment to return to their gloomy state. Even so, they quickly calmed down and sorted out their emotions before looking at him. He seemed to be sitting on the stairs or on a chair. He bent over and crossed his fingers on his legs. He was rubbing his hands subconsciously. His beautiful face was calm. There was no change in his expression. After a while, he began to talk. Ah, you have started to record. I haven't thought of what to say. But I think I should leave some words, in case something big happens when I am not around. The war between order and chaos. Ah, I've said it many times already. It's always the same, sending away the dead and ushering in a new life. Every time there's a big or small change, it's nothing more than who dies and who lives and who takes over whose flag. Some people will always leave without notice, and some things will happen as time goes by. Take me, for example. If anyone can see what I've just left behind, it's most likely that I've already died, the kind that's completely dead. Perhaps I've gone to deal with some dangerous situation and died, or perhaps something that I had no choice but to do appeared, and I resolutely left. I don't know if there is a better way to deal with it when it happened. I also don't know if there is a better way to deal with it. But since I did it, I can only say that it was the best choice for us at that time. Whether it is to deal with the world of order or to deal with the other side, it was the same. An uncompromising determination to fight against chaos and madness. Perhaps that's it. Come to think of it, there are only a few scenarios that would activate this passage in advance. If it were the final battle, this passage would not even have the chance to be activated. Don't think about looking for me, reincarnation, or whatever. It has not reached that stage yet. Scratching his head, he straightened his body, and then stood up as if he was not used to it, swaying in circles. Death is a fact. I'm really dead, but I haven't reached the point where I can't come back. The soul fragment I left in the pendant will automatically activate and reshape after I leave. I can't say how many years it will take, maybe 10 million years, maybe a few 100 million years, maybe even longer. By then, I should have made preparations, and the authority of the things I left behind should have been converted at the soul level. If the battle in the void frontline is tense, I'll hand over the control of the second and third defense lines to you. The power of the two divine titles will be under your sole control for the time being. If there is an emergency, you should retreat if you have to. We can't beat the brainless and soulless fools on the other side. If some special person appears, TCH, I'm worried for nothing. I believe you can solve it, so why should I worry for nothing? Phew! He suddenly scratched his head and walked forward, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Madness, lunacy. Why not just destroy the image? It feels a little pretentious to leave something behind and then die so generously. Forget it, let's keep it. He raised his head and looked in front of him. In the eyes of the others, this image would only be facing him. So to them, it seemed like he was looking at them. Then he laughed softly. When I'm not around, I'll leave the void frontline to you. May I be able to meet all of you in the void before this world comes to an end. Goodbye. The purple-red radiance dissipated. The figure also quietly dimmed in the void and disappeared. The pendant returned to its former appearance, filled with weak energy and glowing faintly. Those words still lingered in their ears, making everyone feel a little depressed and gloomy. In the end, it's still a guy who talks to himself and does whatever he wants. He covered his face and let out a long sigh, rubbing his face with all his might. Bastard! The complete collapse of an energy life form, leaving only a remnant soul to repair it, may take a very, very long time. Jing Yin looked at the pendant that fell into the hands of the little angel as the radiance receded, and let out another long sigh. It's just a brief parting in time. Coincidentally, in the rapid flow of time in the void frontline, the period of time may not be too long for us to accept. Perhaps we will see that guy again soon, and then we can continue to watch the little brother dashing around in the void, seeking death. Everyone who had been holding their breaths did not know whether to laugh or cry at those words. The abyssal death mist spawn is approaching. It will arrive here in less than half an hour. The timely reminder swept away the gloomy expression on everyone's faces. They looked at each other and took a deep breath. Then they formed their own realm of order and looked at Hui. suppressing their anger, whether to fight or to go back and regroup. Now that Lord Feng was not here, everything depended on Lord Huey's decision. Although I'm holding my breath now, I really want to vent it on those bastards. Hui put down the hand that was rubbing his face, gritting his teeth and letting out a long sigh. But we still have to be responsible for the realm of order. That bastard said that he's leaving the Void frontline to us. It's not easy to kill a high-tier premier. We can't just let him get back at us. Retreat to the front of the Void blockade, regroup with the Void frontline and defend. There will be a time to vent, but we have to pick the right time. Blind hatred and blind anger will only lead to a worse outcome. Hui waved his hand and opened a void portal to Zero City. After everyone had entered, he turned to look at the direction of the abyssal death mist. The hatred that flashed in his eyes had never diminished. In the past, perhaps it was because of the simple reason of being in the realm of order that he defended and attacked. But now there was something more gray in his obsession, something called hatred. That flame would one day burn them to ashes. If it did not succeed, it would not hurt to burn himself to ashes. Search for the one and only tiny miracle in the billions of galaxies. Jing Yan's voice came from behind, causing Hui to turn to look at him. He watched as Jing Yan walked to his side and stared at the abyssal death mist spawn that was still in an invisible state in the distance. Hui let out a long sigh. It seems that I can more or less understand what he did. Perhaps his struggle this time is also the result of this idea? Perhaps. Maple always has his own goals and ideas. Just as he said, we may have a better way to kill that high-tier premier, but it might not be better. Things like time. Things will change as time goes by. Even if we still kill him in the end, countless years have passed. No one can predict the deviation caused by letting him move. Hui put his hands in his pockets and said flatly, "So it's best to kill him when he just came out and can't do anything, to eliminate the deviation caused by time." Jing Yan murmured and could not help but laugh out loud. He was in a strange mood. That's really in line with Maple's idea. He does not compromise with the enemy and is determined to declare war on everything. Even if it was me in the past, I probably would not have thought so much sigh. Maple's idea can't be imitated. Hui shook his head and waved his hand to leave a few marks in the void with his divine energy. He turned and walked to the portal. Let's go. We have to go back and make some arrangements. Even if we lose a high-tier premier, they do not intend to give up the war. Our war is far from over. Okay. Jing Yan nodded and followed him to the portal. The little angel looked at the abyssal death mist and lowered his head. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang sprinkled some petals and let them dissipate in the void. They just looked and left an impression he would come back. They knew clearly that even so, it would not change the fact that he had already left the world. They would feel bad if they did not do something. Siyu sniffed and sprinkled some petals. She raised her hand and rubbed the corner of her eyes. It was fine if she did not do that, but after rubbing the corner of her eyes, she could not hold it in any more. Tears gushed out of her eyes like a broken dam. Oh, that's strange. It was not. Feng Qinghuang kept the flower basket and walked forward to hug Siyu tightly. She raised her head and gritted her teeth to prevent herself from making a sound. She did not say anything. Even if she did, she would not be able to say anything. It would only make something tight break. Frost saw that one of them was sobbing and the other was tense. She walked forward and patted their heads gently. Qinghuang. Oh, I still have something to say to him. Siyu pressed her face on Feng Qinghuang's shoulder and sobbed. Feng Qinghuang let out a long breath and patted her shoulder. She replied in a low voice, "Next time there will be a chance." Yuan Kong was standing beside her elder sister. Hearing the conversation, she couldn't help but lower her head and murmured, "What an idiot!" The little angel glanced at her and stared at the pendant in her hand. After a moment, she put it around her neck and reached out to press Yuan Kong's head. She turned around and said to Siyu and the others, "Let's go." We still have things to do. A little remembrance and a little will do. Time continues to move forward. No matter how unwilling we are, we can only move forward. Besides, it's not like we will never meet again. Feng Qinghuang turned around and looked at little Angel, whose golden eyes were still empty but had recovered. She suddenly thought of something. Perhaps she was the saddest one among all of them. She did not show it. No, it was not that she did not show it. She was suppressing it just like the others. As Lord, Hui said, they still had things to deal with in the void. So she could not show it. Somehow, she felt that little Angel had a slight change in her aura. It seemed that she was turning into a little star. It reminded her of the sentence he left in her mind. Who has taken over whose flag? They had to continue to guard the front line of the void when he was not there. Even if there was no observer, there had to be another observer to stand up. Girls, come back. It is not safe there. Feng is not here. I have to keep an eye on you. I will return you safely to him in the future. Huey's voice came from the other side of the portal. He knew that they wanted to reminisce alone for a while, so he had been waiting for them. However, there was not much time left. Feng Qinghuang sprinkled the white petals in the basket. She held Siyu's shoulder and walked towards the portal. When they were about to enter the portal, they turned around and looked at the other side of the void. The crazy scarlet and dark aura swept over from the end of their sight again. The tide rose and fell. Until the day the sea dried up and the land turned into dust, the world would never stop. Chapter 1694. In the pitch-black soul space, there was a huge amount of strange energy that was enough to cause a blockage in the soul space. The surging energy created a storm, wantonly stirring up this space. However, when a wave of soul energy surged in, it suddenly fell silent. The countless energy quieted down, creating a spacious space. It's confirmed that the great guardian's soul has been destroyed. All traces of his will in this world have completely disappeared. All energy and information have returned to normal. The great guardian, didn't he go to the battle to suppress the order world? Why did he suddenly disappear? And all traces of his will disappear together with him. What in the void can cause such an effect? Yes, Origin and the others can. However, in this world, they should have completely disappeared. Furthermore, none of them can revive. Otherwise, why would our tools be so quiet? Including the Great Guardian, we have already lost 3 Great Guardians. The power left from the void calamity is 1 less. There's no way for them to revive. Otherwise, we wouldn't have used such a low-level method to create low-level Yuanshi. The Great Guardian is a high-level Yuanshi. There shouldn't be any accident in the void that could cause him. Could it be the order world? There are life forms of this level there as well. Impossible. There are no other dimensions in the void that are immune. There shouldn't be any life forms of this level alive. But you're right. There shouldn't be such an accident in the void. However, what kind of power in the order world could cause the Great Guardian to the soul space fell silent? Although no one said anything, their thoughts all pointed to the same place. Even if they didn't say anything, they would know. The realm of the gods. It can only be there. That is the most place left behind by Origin and the others. If there's a place where accidents can happen, it can only be them. The power of the realm of the gods. That's right. If it's the power left behind by Origin, it can definitely do this. The clear answer caused the soul space to fall silent even more. After a long time, whispers could be heard. The realm of the gods. Origin. It's them again. It's them again. There's no way to go around the entire order world. We don't have the key to enter. We have to deal with that thing as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if we fight our way to the God realm, we'll be helpless. Without it, we won't even be able to touch the God realm. Continue advancing towards the world of order at this speed. The world of order will naturally retreat as soon as they feel the pressure. Everything else can be put aside for now. Right now, with the shelter of origins being reactivated, there are many things that cannot be done. We can only silently wait for that step to be completed. Before that, be careful. Disperse. The spiritual space flickered a few times, and the spiritual strength that had surged into this place immediately scattered. Only a strand of spiritual strength remained in this place. It was silent. After waiting for some time, another spiritual strength surged. Haha, how is it? I've already reminded you that even if the origin is gone forever, there are still traces of their existence in the world of order. Furthermore, the composition of their existence is much higher than the traces that you have come into contact with. This isn't a place that can be easily solved with just one or two of you. Suddenly, another voice rang out. It didn't appear in the soul space. It had only appeared after everyone had left. That indifferent laughter caused the other soul power to surge. I know. It's just that I thought that it was enough. I didn't expect. It's just a high-level primeval. It's nothing to them. This time, there isn't even a trace of order energy in the world of order. You probably know how powerless the so-called high-level primeval is. Haha. Don't think about those daydreaming things. Things still have to be done step by step. Some things that deviate from the step-by-step process may cause you to burn yourself in the end. You might even cause yourself to collapse in advance. The spiritual space surged violently, causing the two strands of spiritual strength to tremble. The indifferent voice that had just appeared smacked his lips. Tisk, it's only been a short while since the appearance was seen. Haha, forget it. I'll leave the matters here to you guys. The spiritual space returned to normal as the strand of spiritual strength left. The remaining strand of spiritual strength stayed in this space for a long time, remaining silent. Realm of the gods, he left behind a soft sigh and disappeared from this space. The spiritual space that had returned to chaos once again became violent as the strand of spiritual strength dissipated. It was covered by a massive amount of energy and disappeared into the void. Consciousness was a mass of chaotic cloud and mist. The size of the cloud and mist was determined by the limits of the body's existence, which was the factors that constituted self-knowledge. But generally speaking, the cloud and mist of consciousness would not be more than 2 times the size of the cloud and mist of consciousness. If one stared at the cloud of consciousness, one could see the slow energy that was formed by the laws of order. It was like lightning that was slowly moving around in the clouds, but its speed was tens of thousands of times slower. If it was a spark of thought, well, it wasn't formed yet. It was just a mass of consciousness. Look, it seems to be very energetic. It's bigger than the last time I saw it. It seems to be fixed at this size. The laws of order are also stable. Yuan Kong stared at Siyu and Feng Qinhuang, who were holding the pendant. She said in a daze, How did you find out that he is very energetic from a mass of spiritual strength? The 2 girls tilted their heads. Their pale faces showed that they were thinking. After a while, they said in unison, Intuition. Yuan Kong covered her face and turned her head away. She shouldn't have taken it so seriously. In the void at the void frontline, within sight, countless gigantic manifestations were roaring and roaring as they launched an endless assault on the order domain. It seemed that such a conversation was not very serious in the middle of such an intense battle. However, they were actually sent back. Just now, the abyssal death mist manifestation had led hundreds of primeval manifestations to launch an intense assault. The origin energy tower was pouring out energy like crazy, but it could not stop the abyssal death mist manifestation from slapping the order domain. They had already used up all their energy and were forcefully sent back to the order domain. At the moment, they were huddled under an energy tower to rest. At the same time, they also took the time to check on someone who had not woken up. Yuan Kong felt that she should take note of the time and the situation at the void frontline. This was the 100th day since the manifestation army launched their assault. It was also the 100th day since the big idiot left. The battle at the void frontline began on that day. It did not change because of anyone's departure or arrival. The battles that should be carried out and the battles that should be carried out were never delayed. The Order front line that had lost one morning star did not collapse because of this. When the big idiot was around, the situation at the Void front line was indeed much better. Everyone could squeeze out a little time to rest and defend for a longer period of time and fight for a longer period of time. Now that the big idiot was not around, they could also carry out the battle as usual. They could use the limited time to change people and attack in echelon formations, extreme sports. That's right. This was normal. This was the normal situation at the Void front line. The only one who was abnormal was the big idiot himself. His abnormal behavior had caused the entire Void front line to become abnormal as well. Bang! The colossal chaos impact violently crashed into the Order domain. The huge barrier instantly surged with circles of energy ripples. The primeval manifestation that had just unleashed such a massive attack in the Void was cut in half by a rapidly spinning shield the size of a city gate. The explosive energy caused a violent energy shockwave within the manifestation army, blowing away the manifestations behind them like dominoes. The ripples of holy energy spread out in circles, purifying many low-level manifestations into nothingness on the spot. Recently, the number of attacks on the Order domain has been increasing. Yuan Kong frowned and murmured softly, "All right, the impact of the big idiot's absence is still very great. Originally, the abyssal death mist manifestations had used the most torturous tactic of piling up into a sea. They would endlessly send manifestations from the depths of the Void to the front line, while the manifestations that were already at the front line would also plunder the energy of the Void to increase their numbers. Moreover, the more the manifestations there were, the faster they could increase their numbers. If the big idiot was still around, he could clear out the abyssal death mist manifestations every once in a while. That would be equivalent to doing nothing. In his absence, the manifestations that were constantly sending in new reinforcements were much faster than the abyssal death mist manifestations could eliminate the abyssal death mist manifestations. Once the abyssal death mist manifestations broke through the defensive line, the accumulated pressure would become a substantial attack on the Order domain. This was a very real problem. Feng Qinghuang supported herself on the energy tower and stood up. She looked at the battle in the distance and frowned. "I've heard from Master Hui that the pressure on the Void front line has almost reached a threshold. Based on everyone's strength, even if we eliminate the manifestations one by one, we still can't keep up. The pressure is accumulating more and more. Perhaps the Void front line will retreat in the near future." Yuan Kong let out a long sigh. If the Void front line and the blockade were to retreat at the same time, it would be equivalent to giving both sides a buffer time. The world of Order would undergo an emergency recuperation. Those who needed to be resurrected would be resurrected during this period of time to regroup and prepare their weapons for war. After that, they would wait for the abyssal death mist manifestations to arrive from the rear. When they come into contact with each other again, both sides would gather their strength and unleash it on each other's face. The scale of the battle after each emergency recuperation would be unprecedentedly large and could last for quite a long time. In other words, it was simply a matter of time. However, it could not be helped. If they did not do so and continue to hold the front line, the Void front line would be finished when the pressure exceeded the threshold. Before they reached the end of the road, they could only choose to retreat at the right time and recover their strength. Although the other side would also be using the time to recover, they had no choice but to continue fighting. It was equivalent to delaying the arrival of destruction. Delaying as long as they could. They could not just give up. Speaking of which, Feng Qinghuang turned to look at Node 0, the realm of Order, and Order energy. They were in a state of restraint. They had been holding back their energy as if they were planning to do something. Looking at the current situation in the Void, Feng Qinghuang felt that it was about time. Notify the entire Void front line. Do your best to shake off the enemy and retract the defensive line. A spiritual voice instantly spread across the entire void frontline. It was Huey's voice. Yuan Kong stared blankly for a moment and sighed. Just as he thought about it, there was an order. Still, it was true that the void frontline was now under pressure that was tens of thousands of times higher than the same period a few 100 million years ago. There were two reasons that kept everyone going. One was the support from the origin energy, such as the origin energy tower, which was certainly much more powerful than the original energy tower, and there was also the origin node. As for the second, it was a certain big idiot who stirred it up. Even after 100 days, the anger in everyone's heart had not lessened by much. After the order was sent out, there was an immediate change in the battlefield. Those who were already injured turned around and left, leaving their backs to their teammates. They were the first to return to the realm of order, to retract the realm of order, and prepare to escape. Those who were still fighting fiercely at the rear tried their best to shake off the enemy's entanglement and kill their way out of the encirclement. As they retreated, they continued to attack the manifestations that were charging at them. As they retreated, they continued to leave behind layers of order energy barriers. Yuan Kong lowered his head and looked at his unstable body. He let out a long sigh and turned around. Let's get ready to leave. Let's clean up the realm of order first. Don't give them any trouble. Where is Big Sister? Siyu had just stood up when she heard Yuan Kong's words. She searched for a while in the void and pointed. Over there. She is with Big Sister Jing. There should be no problem. Let's go first. Feng Qinghuang nodded. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly paused. Wait a minute. I want to leave something behind. Huh? Yuan Kong was stunned. He saw Feng Qinghuang fumbling around in the pendant for a while. Then, she got together with Siyu and whispered something. The two of them threw the energy into an energy crystal and threw it into the depths of the void. After doing this, Feng Qinghuang stood up and nodded. It's done. Yuan Kong looked at her blankly. In such a short time, she had thrown something here. He could not understand it for a long time. He scratched his head and turned around to leave first. Feng Qinghuang and Siyu followed closely behind. They left first and went to City Zero to help retract the realm of order. Bang! Hui broke the Guardian's shield into 4 pieces and threw it into the army of manifestations. A huge amount of primeval energy mixed with the power of order formed a monstrous storm that dragged all the abyssal death, mist manifestations in the void into the storm and annihilated them. After that, Hui quickly retreated and took out his sacred sword to destroy the manifestations behind him one by one. He left behind layers of order and order barriers to support the realm of order until there was enough time for him to retreat. Jing Yan's figure suddenly appeared from the void. She was so fast that Hui was shocked. He almost stabbed his sword into his face. Jing Yan's face was pale. She let out a long sigh of relief and quickly waved her hand. Phew! What a troublesome fellow. There's an unusual, primeval manifestation over there. After fighting for half a day, we could only injure it, but not kill it. It'll be bad if it comes back later. Unusual. Hui was stunned. Although all the manifestations they had encountered since then were unusual, and they were already used to it, he still asked, Why do you say it's unusual? It has a partial will and intelligence. It should be. Jing Yin pondered. The others have already gone back to help retract the realm of order. I'm here to buy some time. Don't tell me the will of the abyss has successfully pressed into the manifestation. Huey's face darkened. There are already enough fake, primeval manifestations. How can we fight if there are more? It's possible to defeat it. This time, I'll think of a way to deal with the origin shrine. Little brother left behind some things that might be useful. Hui was stunned and stared at him in confusion. Feng? Yes, it should have been left behind a long time ago. I don't know when it happened. Anyway, when I found it, those things were in the origin shrine. Jing Yin scratched her head. Maybe some kind of shield was left behind. It can only be discovered at a critical moment. something like that. It's used to strengthen the origin energy tower, origin shrine, and some energy runes in the realm of order. There are also general-purpose magic circles. A huge shadow the size of a star suddenly shrouded the two of them. Hui and Jing Yin quickly turned their heads and subconsciously raised their hands to throw a huge energy torrent towards the other party's face. Before they could see clearly what it was pressed into the void. The fragments that exploded from the energy explosion were swept up by the energy storm and dragged back. Master Hui, we're just waiting for you. Come back quickly. At this moment, the realm of order had already been flooded by endless energy and turned into a sea of light. Huge energy waves of all kinds were vast and mighty like water waves, stirring up circles of ripples in the void. When the army of manifestations saw what they were doing, they charged forward without a care in the world. Streaks of chaotic energy that spanned across the void landed heavily on the guardian barrier. However, they were unable to break through the barrier in a short period of time. The large group of manifestations were like ants as they lay on the barrier that flickered with energy and lightning. They were pierced through by the lightning that contained destructive energy. We can't stay for long. Let's retreat first. Hui and Jingyin looked at each other and nodded. Leaving behind layers of order barriers, they quickly rushed towards the realm of order. As the two of them rushed into the realm of order that was blooming with golden light, the entire area that was guarded by the warriors of order disappeared with a whoosh. The army of manifestations that had spent a lot of effort to break through the layers of order barriers rushed to this empty space that only had remnants of energy left. Their scarlet eyes reflected the distant line of defense that they had coveted for a long time. Under the flickering of the energy nodes, they suddenly disappeared from sight in a burst of distorted light. After looking at each other, they let out angry roars towards the void. The roars shook the void. The power of the abyssal death fog began to spread, covering every inch of this space. Buzz! An intense energy fluctuation suddenly appeared, causing many of the manifestations to be slightly startled. A fledgling curiously turned its gaze towards a spot not too far away. An abnormal distortion had appeared in an area of the void. A speck of golden light was projected from within, reflecting some of the aura of order. This caused the fledgling to feel uncomfortable. The black clouds that enveloped its entire body surged as it ordered the numerous manifestations. Blow that place up! Countless manifestations raised their hands and shot out streaks of chaotic energy in the void. All of them landed in the void that was becoming more and more distorted. The intense energy explosion tore a huge crack in the void. Then, golden light shone brightly. The rich aura of order caused them to roar loudly and retreat a distance away. The fledgling's aura surged and resisted the aura of order that no one was controlling. It waited until the light dimmed a little before it continued to look forward. Then it saw an enormous palm formed from order energy that was millions of miles long. Its 4 fingers were drawn together in an extremely indecent gesture, causing the billions of soldiers to be stunned. Then, just as all of them were stunned, that enormous palm suddenly exploded with a vast and mighty energy that was like the creation of the world. Destructive order energy rumbled through the entire void, causing countless people to turn pale with fright. They hurriedly retreated, not caring about regrouping. However, just as they retreated, that vast and mighty order energy had already gone completely out of control. It only took a moment for it to completely leak out. Boom! In the void that was countless distances away, Yuan Kong, Siyu, and the other 2 girls stood on the city wall and looked at the situation in the depths of the void. After a moment, Yuan Kong gave a thumbs up. Detonation successful. It shouldn't be a problem to kill those things with the help of the big idiot's power. She was smiling when her pretty face suddenly trembled. Also, why do you have to use that gesture? It doesn't look elegant. What's there to be elegant about? It can kill the enemy and annoy them at the same time. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Siyu spread her hands and said to Yuan Kong with the tone of the big idiot. Yuan Kong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The problem is that the big idiot didn't teach you how to give the middle finger. Forget it. They must have been influenced by him. Yuan Kong waved her hand. How far have we retreated? Directly to the second line of defense that the big idiot mentioned. There's still a long way to go to the second line of defense. This is just the standard retreat. Along with the crisp sound of silver bangles, a figure in white slowly descended. Qing Yu shrugged at them and said, Yuan Kong, your sister is calling for you. The guardian seems to be looking for the two of you. The last sentence was directed at Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. Both of them were stunned, looking for us. Seems like there's something, right? Qing Yu's pretty face was still expressionless. Mei Mao inadvertently saw the pendant on Feng Qinghuang's neck. She thought for a moment and said, maybe it has something to do with Lord Feng Qinghuang's sigh. The soft sigh at the end was not heard by the three girls. It was so soft that only Yuan Kong could hear it. Feng Qinghuang nodded. Let's go and have a look then. The death abyss mist won't be able to come over in a short period of time. We don't need to be on guard. We need to seize the time to rest.